And now it's playing. This is the Simpit. I am your host, Shaun Cohen. With me today, Robby Unser, Jeff Jacobs, Elvis Rankin, Frank Rico, and everybody else that you know, the cast of characters for Ricmotech Hotlap Humpday, and that's what we are here to do today. I am making a mess of my stream, but at least I'm smiling. At least we're having fun with it. I get to do my entire intro again, so let's try this again. Here we are. If it is Hotlap Humpday, it is the third Wednesday of the month. It's something I look forward to each and every month because it's one of those events. You might be in a league and you have that whole schedule and you look at the races you like or don't like. You might have an iRacing series that you're following and they determine the schedule and you know what's coming. Then you got Hotlap Humpday, where nobody has any clue until the green flag comes out. There is no preparation. There is no sandbagging. You get 3 hours to get a lap time in, and then we're going to have a shootout at the end where the best of the best will see who is the top dog of the day. We are here for a version of Hotlap Humpday that's a little different than what we grew up on when we started doing this. Hotlap Humpday was always about Ricmotech. Frank Rico opening the doors to Ricmotech headquarters in Miami Lakes, Florida, and letting all of his friends, family, customers, clients, people interested in sim racing come in and participate in this great event. And unfortunately, under the current situation of not being able to do that, they have not been able to open up their studio. So two things that are a little different. We've changed our cameras, so instead of cameras from Miami, we got a camera and an in-car view of Robby Unser. Robby Unser, how you doing today?
Good, how are you?
I'm doing really, really good. I better get through this. People are yelling at me. Where's the password? All right. I'll finish my intro. The password is showroom. Why is it the showroom? Because as I was saying, Frank, unfortunately, cannot open the showroom to the public. So while people have not been able to come in and see the studios or the showroom, they just recently updated everything. So check this out. I have a shot here, thanks to Frank, of Ricmotech headquarters. And if you called them and scheduled an appointment, they'll still get you in there. But they can't be open to the public for Hotlap Humpday. And that has kind of changed or had an impact on our event, unfortunately. But we all continue to do this. So if you want to join us, we are at Daytona. We are in the GTEs, a variety of cars to choose from for today's event. And the password is showroom. What are we looking at? We're looking at the Ricmotech showroom. You can go down there and check it out yourself, or you can come out and join us for this event. Password is showroom. Now, normally, part of the stream, part of the broadcast for Hotlap Humpday is something else I look forward to, and that is the voice of Kevin Ford. Kevin Ford comes in and does the commentary, calls the action for the entire event. Unfortunately, he has an event. We are at Daytona. He's got a different type of Daytona type event, one of those oval, one of them roundy round type events that he's working with today. So filling in for him today is Jeff Jacobs. Jeff, are you here?
Hey, Shaun. Yeah, glad to be here tonight.
Thank you so much for filling in, because if I have to talk any more than this, I'll lose it. So here we are. I have not turned a lap yet. So people just Robby, someone just asked me how long I've been hanging out with Henry Rollins.
Oh, wow. Well, I guess great. I need to get that up.
Well, now, Shaun, if you haven't been out on track yet, you might be in for a little bit of surprise. It is the Daytona Road Course, but folks should be aware it is the new NASCAR road course. So you're going to have two chicanes to deal with.
And it sneaks up on you.
Oh, I haven't done that yet at all.
Dude, it sneaks up on you, too. It's right before the start-finish.
The other thing I noticed is this is a car I actually race quite a bit. I picked the Ferrari because it's a car I do race from time to time. So I have a variety of setups to choose from. And I thought, oh, that'll be a good head start because normally I don't have anything. And, no, you know what? In the end, all of my setups were garbage. Nothing worked. So we have all sorts of surprises to deal with. All right, first one being I gotta get my tires hot. Oh, I see Big Dog David Grunwald just came into the room. Password ZBTE. The password is showroom. Frank Rico is the host. Daytona International GTE cars. That is the combination. And we'll see how the times are looking this week. one of the first ones out on track. Not the first, but one of.
What did you pick for your opening setup?
I went with medium downforce, which on cold tires already feels a little tail happy.
Very tail happy. I went with low, and that was very stable.
Oh, so like the medium is...
medium right now, too, and I keep losing the back end.
Yeah, like they have too much nose downforce. Not enough tail, but too much to be medium. I see Kevin Burrows now join the room. Alright, where is this second chicane? Right at pit lane or something?
Yeah, where you normally get off for pit lane.
Yeah.
Right there.
Okay.
In fact, it almost feels like you're coming into the pits if you know the... Yeah, this sucks.
Oh, like you're down on the flat?
Yeah. So the low downforce actually had a better balance in this medium. It's crap.
Okay.
Or minimum I did. Medium I'm going to try next. I tried low.
Whoa, there it is.
Minimum is not good.
It's a pretty fast entry into that chicane, Shaun, but then you got to watch for that exit.
Yeah,
it's nasty.
Exit is nasty.
And those curbs, you can't even look at them intently.
Did I hit one?
Yeah, there's an angry lady down there.
Oh, Frito, that sucks. Alright, this brake bias on the medium seems funky is what it is. What car did you take, Jeff?
I did the Corvette. Haven't had a chance to really drive that much since it launched, so I thought I would try it out.
I liked the Corvette the day I drove it. That was the day it came out.
Yeah, our last deal we did the bet, right?
Oh, did we?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Yep.
I really enjoy. I'll tell you, I've gotten to do some driving in real life. I'm pretty impressed, I have to say.
I see Elvis is out there in the BMW tonight.
Christopher, the password is showroom. Thank you, Brian Ostrike. Oh, I am firing the crew chief. I guess that'd be a little loud tonight.
I still don't have that stuff.
I just fired it up last week for the first time ever, and 5 minutes into it, I'm like, why didn't I do this 3 years ago when everyone told me to do it? I didn't do it because I didn't want the chatter on my stream. Oh, look at that curve. That curve is nasty.
Yeah, these cars are low too, so they bounce pretty good off of that curve.
Yeah, I can't even, even touch a little bit of it. They're up.
Carrying too much fuel.
It's like a city curb.
So if low has better, because that one didn't feel great, so I'm going to switch to low.
I did not like it. Well, I'm trying one more time. Yeah, that's a lot of fuel.
Opening laps here. It looks like folks are struggling a bit with those cold tires. You're going to have to give it a lap or two probably to get some real heat in those, and then try to get a flyer in on your third one.
At a 2-minute lap, 20 minutes. How long will we run, Jeff? Or it's 150, really.
Looks like Elvis is going to be our early leader, a 1-minute 48-second lap. Nice run.
Well, I had him for a few seconds there. Enough to get a point.
Nate. How you doing? Alright, if you are watching, you just got here and you want to be part of Hotlap Humpday, password for tonight's event is Showroom. Showroom. It looks like my mic is a little... Whoa, chicane. I forgot about the chicane as I looked at my
mic. And it's a tough one, I gotta say.
Is a big fan of this track. I don't know about that chicane.
Oh, I don't like it even a little bit.
It just ruined, I mean, it was bad enough, I mean, it ruined 2 laps, you know? It's like, why would put it somewhere else if you want it.
Right.
It really isn't in a very good place, I gotta admit that.
And it's like, okay, so they might be protecting some turn 1 carnage, but replacing with some unfixable cars, those sausages, jeez.
Yeah.
Okay, enough bitching, back to, Oh, Mitchie Hoyer, why aren't you on here?
My bad. Oh, I'm faster with the medium.
Are you?
Quite a bit.
You can't hear all this in there. Oh, I can't hear any of the chat. I gotta turn my mic, I guess.
So yeah, go to the medium downforce, and I put like 12.2 gallons in it.
All right.
Alright, that's a pretty fair excuse, Mitchie.
Yeah, Elvis making note of some of the draft effect he's already seeing out there as Zach was chasing him down and walked right on past him in that Porsche. But Elvis has gotten back around him
you
here,
want
but
low or
that's
high?
just going to hand Zach the draft again when they get back onto the oval part of the track.
Are you on the low or on the medium?
Yeah, I'm on low.
You're on low? So you were quicker on that pitch. Changing it or no?
It feels pretty good when it warms up. When I get used to the, Okay, Mitchie, I'll adjust that right now. Finish this lap, then I'll adjust that. Thank you.
How much fuel did you put in that low?
I think I put about 12. Forgetting about that damn chicane.
That's right.
I literally just forget. I come around the corner. I'm like, oh shit, chicane. All right.
On my fast lap, I slid through it, and I don't know how I made it out the other end. I don't think I can repeat it. It was like a total mistake.
I kind of did a little evil Knievel on it. Okay, car was too loud.
You can pass me that.
Password is, thank you for asking. The password tonight is showroom. If you'd like to join us, the password is showroom for this event. Mixer, we got to turn down the car because Shaun can't enjoy his sim. It's all about the stream.
Oh, it's yours too loud?
Yeah, it's pretty normal, but being that I have bad hearing, it doesn't make my life better any. Okay, I want to turn my chat is way down. There we go. Let's turn chat back up. Is that all we want to do? Yeah, I was pretty happy with the setup, actually. I don't have complaints about the low. Like, if you told me I had to race it right now, I'd be like, okay. Yeah, other than that complaint that I'm not going to do again about the placement of their new chicane, I will not complain about tonight's combo or track at all. It's like they picked one of my favorites.
Yeah, I mean, once we get used to how to get, like you said, through the chicane thing. Wow, what a weird place for a chicane.
Yeah, it's so Alright, I can still hear the cars. The question for the stream is, can you still hear Robby? Can you hear Jeff? Can you hear me?
1, 2.
Yep.
Showroom. Password showroom.
Yeah, for folks who missed the very beginning introduction of the show, both times that we went through it, the password tonight being showroom in celebration of Ricmotech's brand new showroom down there in Miami. Congratulations there to Frank and the team for getting that built, kind of taking advantage of this time period to get that brand new showroom put together there.
You missed the chicane?
I'm gonna need total silence for me to remember the chicane.
What's worse is I'm used to being off the bottom. I forget that you got to get out by the wall.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. So it's like a sharper corner that you say. That felt intentional.
Yeah.
I just got schwenkied. Alright, let's do this. Yeah, it'll take a little while. And then I won't hate it as much.
Yep, no problem.
Hey, welcome UK! How you doing, Calvin?
All right, that black flag should be all cleared, and we still got Elvis sitting there at the top of the field with that 48.3, but Zachary is right there with a 48.5, just 10 separating the top of the field. Shaun Cole holding down that third spot, 49.0.
Are you second through the last chicane or third?
Second. Maybe if I can find the line, I can bring it up.
Is Grunhill in the Porsche? What's he in?
Looks like he's in a Ferrari.
Ferrari?
Yeah. Oh, he's behind you.
Yeah, he's behind me. Oh,
You know what it will do, though? This chicane's going to be the draft breaker.
Wow, NASCAR messed up changing those curves. They're so bad compared to what they used to be.
that's for sure.
Is it just me, or are the curbings for that chicane at the end. Like they don't have, they're just these humps. They don't have like the actual curving.
Right.
Yeah, no, that's how they are in real life too. They're just big blocks.
Huh, go figure.
Ah, that's not the line. Son of a...
Dang it. I was trying to get a toe.
The toe is just... I will say I do like that, because one thing that's always frustrated me at Daytona is when you're faster than someone, but you just can't get rid of them. Because they can just manage to get a draft and catch right back up, and then you're fighting for them in one. You're like, man, you have no downforce. You have no hope, but you're going to just draft me all day. But that'll go away now.
Yeah.
Which is going to completely change the race in January. Okay, 48.3. Oh, I want to change my delta. My delta is giving me not what I want. Let's see here. Delta. Can I help you? There we go. Okay. Ooh, we got our cord wrapped around our paddle shifter. That's not cool. Alright.
I'm coming for you, Elvis, just so you know.
A little bit of trash talking here early in the session. That's all right.
Is that Zachary?
Shaun has thrown down a nice lap there. Wow.
A super high-tech setup. Low downforce.
Elvis is taking it down into the 47.7s. Our only driver so far in the 47s.
No doubt.
Oh, we got a new leader up front, a 47-1 by Zach. Great run in the Porsche. Wow.
Hey, just
How do I get qualifying tires for this?
That's right. A special set. 21 drivers registered for our session so far. Great participation tonight. Yeah, look at that. Top 15 so far in posted times. A few more folks maybe hanging out for a little bit. Zachary Buchanan leading the way there with that 147.1. And Elvis Rankin's out there with that 147.7. He's running the BMW. Kangaroo BMW bouncing through the canes there. Then Shaun Cole's got the Ferrari up there in third, a 48.3. David Grinnell in fourth right now, a 49.1. Then Mike Thompson right behind him, a 49.2. Chris Lavera, 49.5. Robby Unser sitting in seventh at the moment, 49.6. That flashy metallic Ferrari out there on the track. Well, Robby, are you finding a strategy for working with that last chicane? It seems like, you know, for that one, you just kind of want to set up out there at the wall, try to widen that entry down in there so you can make that braking zone as straight as possible.
Yeah, you need I'm finding it's almost a double braking.
Mm-hmm.
But if I get off good, I lose it all on entry. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it seems like just when you think you've slowed it down enough and you're ready to turn in to go for the exit, come off that brake just a little bit too early, and
yeah,
the car will push out into those outside barricades. And of course, we'll continue with this qualifying session tonight, right up until about 9:30 or so East Coast time. Then we'll take a look at our top drivers and finish up the evening with a bit of a challenge at the end for just the top drivers here in qualifying. But keep in mind, you don't have to be even in the top three. We'll go down our top list of drivers, and if somebody couldn't stick around for the whole evening, or they're not here for that runoff at the very end, we'll just keep working down the list till we have a full field. If you can't hang out with us, or even if you can't stay for the whole time, but come back in here to the Ricmotech session by 9:30, and we will get folks in for that final challenge session. I think we're taking the top 6 this evening. Oh yeah, yep. Shaun's now 3 drivers in the 47s. That's great.
You're using first everywhere. I'm using second. So that's where maybe I can get
Yeah, I'm using first quite a bit. More than normal on
the
this.
whole infield. You're in first. I mean, in every corner.
Oh, am I? I'm not even watching. I don't even know what gear I'm in. I know I'm in third through the chicane, the bus stop chicane.
Well, you could probably gain a little there. You stayed in fifth. I'm third there. Like, if you go to sixth on that back straight, you'll roll out.
Yeah, I wind it out too much in this car.
Well, you can see your speed plateaus. Right there, I'm in sixth. I shift up there.
Yeah. First time I've hit that left.
Oh, hell of a lot.
There's that Ricmotech paint job. Did I show you guys the Ricmotech headquarters down there in Miami Lakes, Florida? Let's take a look at that again one more time.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. That'd be great.
There we go. Let's get a look at it. Oh, dun, dun. I just need to do a little background music. Dun, 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 dun. Boom, boom, boom.
So Schwanky's in the vet, right?
Yeah, I'll do a running order and show the cars after we look at these beautiful rigs.
That was a good lap in the sevens there. I should be in it.
I have more laps this track than any other track in sim racing.
Oh, okay. That helps.
Yeah, this is my home. My home track. Oh, my buddy Troy. Ah, yeah, you're gonna want to watch, Troy.
But really nice job they did with that showroom there, you know, Shaun. And the nice thing about Frank's shop before and now, he's got it set up even you know, with more space there. But he's sort of got the different levels of preparation, you know, for each of the rigs. From the, you know, the little, you know, just clamp it to the desk, you know, type of setup, like to the full motion, you know, twist you around. You need some Dramamine type of rig out there, and so it's really some great setups.
The Darwin evolution chart there.
Exactly.
Right, so
I was able to go see the other showroom, which was awesome.
Mm-hmm.
This is laid out a lot nicer, I see. A little bit more room.
So, on top of the board in the Porsche, Zachary Buchanan. In the BMW, we have Elvis Rankin sitting number 2 on the board right now. By the way, Zachary with the 147.1. Elvis with the 147.6 in that BMW. Shaun Cole in third with the 47.9 in a Ferrari. David Big Dog Grunnell, also in a Ferrari, running a 48.272, currently holding down 4th position. Michael Thompson in a Ferrari in 5th place, 49.254. Christopher Larrera, looks like he's in a Corvette, running a 49.5 in 6th place. Robby Unser in the Ferrari, in that chromed out Ferrari, looking straight out of Dubai with that Ferrari, except it'd be gold. 7th place with the 149.677. Travis Schwanke driving the Corvette. I almost called that a Ferrari. Oh, at first glance, you might think. Travis Schwanke in 8th. Anthony Morano Jr., he's in a Corvette, running in 9th place. David Clymer. David Clymer has left the building. Where's David? Let's go back to the lap and see if we can find... There he is. He's in the Corvette. David Clymer in the Corvette, currently running 10th. Jeff Jacobs, not even running much, running in 11th in the Corvette. You going to turn some more laps there, Jeff?
Yeah, I will. It's getting to learn that car. It's a lot of fun.
Kevin Burrows in the BMW in 12th. Chris Generelli in the Corvette in 13th. Lonnie Jameson, I'll go back in time. Lonnie's in a Corvette, running in 14th. John George Hill in the Corvette. He's in 15th. Kenneth Dubstep E-Step in the Ferrari, running 16th. And a few drivers who haven't posted times just yet. I think what I'm going to do for my first break, it's 4 o'clock. This one I need to feed the K9 unit. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to put my camera on. Should we do most exciting? Robbie, are you going back out?
Yeah, I'm just changing a bunch of stuff. So,
Oh, here.
well, don't. Yeah, go on most exciting because I also need a little boys' room break.
Okay. All right. We're going to go to most exciting. We'll see what's going on. That leaves you with Elvis Rankin. If you squint real hard in that upper left screen, you can actually see who we're following. As
There you go.
Feed the dog, and then can't decide. You know, feed the dog leads to walk the dog, but I can't really feed them right at the same time. So we're gonna have to make this a 1-2 punch. But that's pretty normal. This event, what do we got? 3 hours to go?
Yeah. Yep.
So, yeah, we got plenty of time.
Speaking of time, Travis Schwenke lowering the mark there a bit in the Corvette. He's down to a 49.1, so it looks like he's continuing to learn that car, improving on his time. Has jumped himself up from, I think he was sitting about 8th or 9th, all the way up to 5th,
now,
and hunting some more time.
Tonight's big race, it's the top 6 for each make? Is that what you said?
Oh, no, just the top 6.
Oh, dang it. All right, I'll be right back. Maxwell Wigglesworth, are you hungry? Are you hungry? I know you are. All right.
See, Elvis managed to take a couple more tenths off of his time, down to that 47.6, but still going to need about another half second if he wants to catch up to Zachary.
It's pretty impressive with Zachary in the Porsche. Is there any other guys in the Porsche, or is he the only one? Yeah.
Let's see as we scroll through here. I'm not seeing anybody else in the Porsche at this point.
Isn't that funny? I got a second to go. Wow, the only Porsche. Maybe he knew something that we didn't know.
He only turned 6 laps, so
oh my God,
they did a
that's even
pretty good
more
job
annoying.
of getting a handle on that Porsche pretty early on.
That's
just taking a look at
those are
lap
the kind of things that just
now
make
to
me
see if that was an entirely draft lap, but it is not. There is nobody anywhere near in front of him. He pulled this one off by himself.
Wow. In 6 laps. Wow.
Yeah, impressive.
Yeah.
Yeah, no draft help at all on that 47.1. Just nailed that final chicane. I mean, it was just carrying his braking right down in there.
Really?
Didn't get the tire sliding, but just had the position
that's
just right.
tough,
Then it was able to really roll into the throttle nice off the exit.
Isn't the GT3 cars, they have anti-lock brakes, correct?
The GT3s do, right.
Yeah,
Yeah, these GTEs do not.
Yeah. Oh. Oh well. Elvis left our room, didn't he?
Yeah, yeah.
He's getting older now. We're not cool enough, you know.
That's right. Well, he's probably out there turning laps while, broadcasting his own, Twitch stream. Plus, he's talking on Discord to 5 different people, and working on his calculus homework.
Yeah, I think it's just he's too cool for us. We were just a step. It's all right. Man, this thing is...
Well, this evening, as the drivers are out there trying to post some qualifying times, and right now the plan is to take our top 6. That'll be about 9:30 East Coast time this evening, and we look at our top 6. That cutoff right now, Travis Schwenke sitting in that number 6 spot, a 149.105. So I think we can bet that by the time these drivers kind of get dialed into these cars a little bit more, figure out that tricky last chicane, definitely going to need to be in the 148s. It might even be an all 147 time this evening. In fact, there is a 147 from Tyler Maxson, jumps up into that 4th spot with that 47.965. So now Tyler Maxson just 0.04 of a second behind Shaun Cole for that podium spot there in 3rd. So Tyler Maxson, let me take a look here. What's Tyler driving? He's out there in the BMW. So right now we got a Porsche, BMW, Ferrari, BMW.
Said Porsche, Ferrari.
Porsche, BMW, Ferrari, BMW. Those are the top 4.
All right, get a few more folks posting times. We got 18 times on the board at this point, and Tyler Maxson, the one making the big move here recently in the BMW, lowering his time to that 47.965. That's going to have him running 4th place at the moment, just 0.04 of a second behind Shaun Cole, who's continued to hold down that 3rd spot with that 47.9. Elvis 47.6, and Zach still leading the way on 47.1.
Well, for any folks who might just be tuning in and want to figure out how they can join in on the action here at Daytona in the GTE car as part of the Ricmotech Humpday Hotlap competition here on a Wednesday evening. We are running for another couple hours here, just sort of an open qualifying session. You're trying to get yourself into the top 6. And, I see Mr. Morano has moved himself up there to the 6th spot ahead of David Clymer. So Mr. Morano's in the top 6. But we'll take our top 6 at about 9:30. We'll stop the qualifying session, and we'll have a 20-minute race there with our top 6 qualifiers. Gave drivers a choice of the GTE car that they wanted to run, and we've got probably Ferraris and Corvettes would be the most numerous cars out here at this point. But our top time at the moment is the Porsche with Zachary Buchanan behind the wheel of that 47.1 time with no draft. He did not have help from another car out there to pull that one off. Maybe that narrow Porsche a little easier to get through that final chicane. And he certainly took advantage of that opportunity to claim the top spot here early in our qualifying session.
So when you watch...
Hey, if you want to join, it's Showroom. That's a lowercase Showroom, as we're celebrating Frank's brand new showroom there in Miami for the Ricmotech folks. Even though most of the in-person, shopping has been curtailed a bit with the COVID pandemic, Frank and his team have taken the opportunity to sort of expand the shop and expand the showroom as well. Got a lot of great
Oh, were you
opportunities when things reopen there.
Were you calling for seeing the shop again? Is that what you're calling for?
Oh, no, just commenting on letting folks know that with that password being showroom in honor of the new display they've got there. Frank's shop in Miami.
Which we are now seeing.
All right. Well, Shaun, while you were away, you still are hanging on to that third place spot, but you got Tyler Maxson just 0.04 of a second behind you there. He's running the BMW tonight, and David Grinnell hanging on to 5th, and Mr. Morano has moved himself. Morano Jr. moved himself up to 6th there, so those are our top 6 at the moment.
I was convinced I'd come back to being in 6th place, actually. All right, let's see what we can do. See, you can tell the smart guys. The smart guys are the ones who, when going pit lane, and someone starts to pull away, they hit the brakes, they can get behind him. Here at Daytona. Then again, it's a long time till you're on the clock. Well, it's not like we're at Le Mans. Or even Spa, but... This is the longest minute and 45.
Yeah, right. It seems like you spend about 50 seconds of that in that second chicane.
Alright, I'll be right back.
Copy that. Alright, so if you are joining, I'm sure the password... We were just talking about showroom, because it is the password for the event. If you'd like to be out here in our Hotlap, Ricmotech Hotlap Humpday! 3rd Wednesday of every month. This time we are in the GTE cars at Daytona Road, the new Daytona Road, including the new sausage chicane. Whoa, we're late, we're late. We're late, we're late. No, alright. Well, in the old layout, that would have killed the next lap, but that won't play any role.
Well, you know, Shaun, so far the car choices have been interesting, but it's the Porsche in the top spot, followed by a BMW, you and the Ferrari. Tyler's running the BMW. We haven't seen anybody come out in the Ford GT yet, I don't think, so...
It's probably not a big surprise there. Isn't that the car that...
What do you mean?
I think that's the car that in the Endurance Series, it was like, had no hope unless it could win on fuel mileage. But then they change things, and you never know. It could be the ultimate sleeper car. Who's going to be brave enough to find out?
Yep, no problem. We'll take care of that.
No, I have not been practicing at all, Elvis. I was telling Robby, this is the track of every track in iRacing. I have more laps at this track because I've run the endurance race. Well, honestly, long before iRacing. This is one of the big endurance races before iRacing existed. So I've run many 24 hours of Daytona. Still, this is the first time I've ever driven that chicane. And it feels like the only way I can get through it is to tippy-toe. Oh no! Oh! just when we're getting our tires heated. I probably would have stayed out, but I'm always concerned about undercarriage damage on these cars.
Yeah, yeah.
Kevin, great question, Baba Boothie. Kevin would be here normally giving us the password if you want to join the session. Password is showroom. Kevin Ford had an opportunity. He's filling in for some other announcers on a NASCAR event. Roundy Round, doing that NASCAR thing. And Jeff Jacobs, once again, he's been here before. Last time Kevin couldn't make it, Jeff was able to fill in. He's here doing dual role. Kevin sits in that chair and announces the whole time. And Jeff's going to be doing some laps. He's turned some laps already, and he'll be giving us some commentary as well. And then, of course...
Yeah, absolutely, Shaun. Great to be here tonight.
Yeah, it's kind of... Oh, I know what's missing. I'm starting to get heated. Where's my air conditioning? All right, get ready for...
No, there you go. That's got to be worth at least 3 tenths right there.
Especially over the course of the evening when I'd wear out to keep me going. Alright, we need to find a drafting partner to get a good lap. But you know what?
Yeah.
I'm noticing the draft is not nearly as strong with that. The chicane breaking up the backstretch, and then the other is, I don't know if this car gets the same draft as others. It seems like it just doesn't quite suck up like other cars do. But it would definitely help.
Hey, any little advantage at this point, that time that Zach has put down is awfully quick.
Yeah, that is a really fast time.
You know, a lot of times for these hot lap competitions, we not only select the track, but we select the car, and everybody's competing in the same thing. Tonight, we're letting folks pick what they want to drive. So if you've got a favorite GTE car, come on in. You can pick out whichever one you like. I know there were all kinds of theories being thrown around about, well, gee, you know, I want to run the Ferrari because I think it maybe has a little more power, but then the BMW seems to be the favorite, although they just detuned it, and you know, the Corvette is quick, but then some people like the Porsche.
No, it's not yeah, Kevin's not at NASCAR, he's at a club. And everyone welcome Cinnamon, our next dancer out on the stage. Cinnamon. Have I not been practicing? Now that I think about it, I've been driving a full motion sim in VR, driving a variety of sims on a Thrustmaster wheel. So
wow.
It really couldn't be further from practicing for this.
Oh, Tyler Maxson has jumped up ahead just 0.02 of a second, though, Shaun. With that new air conditioning turned on, you should have him here in just a minute. 18 drivers have turned in laps so far here in qualifying. Zachary Buchanan continues to lead the way, a 47.1. Can anybody rip off a high 46 tonight? We'll have to see. And let me take a look. What kind of weather conditions did Kevin give us here this evening? 87 degrees on the track. 71 degrees is the air temperature out there. Well, it's about 3 o'clock in the sim time, so if, especially towards the end of the session, maybe as the sun starts to get a little bit lower, if that track continues to cool, there could be some opportunities there for folks to rip off some time in cooler conditions. Still, right now, a half-second advantage for Zachary, as nobody else has been able to get any closer.
We had a really good lap going there. That stupid chicane. Well, now I'm slowing down way too early for it because I don't know where the entry is. Probably still running a little too much fuel if I want to get an optimal. I'm running 12 gallons. It's like half a tank on qualifying here.
Right.
I suppose if you really wanted to be a supreme cheater, you know, the thing, I use the word cheat, if you want to optimize, if you're an extreme optimizer, but you know, like whenever I try to do extreme optimizing things, I find that I'm the guy who just like doesn't have, like all, you know, back when you had the go slow, you know, to not heat up the tires, to have just one perfect lap, right? And I'd do that, but then I'd screw up the lap. So it's like in the end, I was like, you know what? There's no point in me trying to do any of those tricks because I can't back it up. But the trick here, I suppose, would be to wear the tires out and get the thing light on fuel, and then go get a new set of tires, maybe.
Awesome. I think it's a case where when you get within a few tenths of your optimum lap, then you start tripping.
Man, I better nail that on a lap that's good, because it's going to be like 100 wrecks into the chicane.
Oh, yeah.
And then get the one, and you're like, look at that!
Yep. Magic.
Could you do it again? No. Not a chance. I'm going to run a 1.5 seconds slower in the race.
That's my problem. I have it my good lap I can't really repeat.
And I tell you, for the endurance race, that second chicane really, you know, this is the track that you can just really get in your groove and tick off identical laps, lap after lap after lap, and your team's like, yes, that's what we want of you. And now with that chicane, my variance is going to jump up a lot, and that's going to be a little depressing.
I agree.
It took away my one thing that I had here.
My mic working, Jeff?
Yeah, gotcha. Gradell with a nice looking lap there. He just got himself into the 47. So now 5 of our top 6 are in the 47-second lap range. And 3 of you guys sitting there on 47.9s. Tyler, Shaun, and David. And it's almost a full second back to 6th place. 48.8 is 6th place at this point, with Morano Jr. being the only one still in the 48s. Everybody else in the 49s are higher. So a little bit of separation here at the top of the field.
The car feels hurt. Any of those curbs, your car is just done, huh?
Yep. Even the one leaving pit.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, so as we continue to work through our session here, we do have a few more players now in the top 6. Mr. Morano hanging on to that 6th place spot, the only driver in the 48s. Everybody else behind him in the 49s, still trying to get into those 48s, but that is only going to be good enough to get you into the top 6. If you go to the top 5, all of those drivers now playing in the 47s. Zach continuing to hold that top spot at 47.1, and David Grinnell just threw down a really nice lap and got himself in the 47.9s.
Oh, and he's going to pay the price in the chicane that time. Yep, just a little bit greedy. You turn in a little bit too early in that second chicane to get the inside curb, and it starts the car bouncing. But then you turn in a little bit too late, you get the car into that outside curb, and you can't put down any power until the car lands back on the pavement again. So.
And it's bent.
Yep. And you can hear it. It won't even reach top RPM.
Yep. No, if you touch them, these cars are really low. They just...
Who is winning?
Zachary Buchanan, still at the top spot. 47.1. He did that in the Porsche out here. I think it's the only Porsche driver I've seen turning laps so far. And he did that with no draft, all on his own. Threw down that lap and then went to have dinner, I think. I can't blame him.
I know, he's only done 7 laps, right? If you're close, there is a lot of draft.
Yeah, Shaun, looks like you're drawing up there on David pretty good. But you have to be in a place where you can actually use it to your benefit, right? That's the tricky part.
Yeah, and I don't think there's enough time to really get a draft run before the chicane.
Right.
Like, if you beat them off the corner, sure, but you're not going to get there just being sloppy and drafting by.
Travis Schwenke has moved himself up into that 6th spot now, 48.789. So that'll drop Morano Jr. down to 7th. And Schwenke continuing to develop that Corvette and has moved himself up into 6th. I think that's our fastest running Corvette at this point.
Travis Schwenke moving himself up to that 6th place spot now with that 48.7, our fastest running Corvette of the evening. It's Travis Schwenke in the number 6th spot at the moment.
Drivers still have about 2 hours and 10 minutes to post a time this evening, as we're going to run till about 9:30 before we switch over to our race session here with our top 6 drivers of the evening. There's still plenty of time for folks to join in. The password is showroom. And if you go into iRacing under the hosted sessions, and you can search for the Daytona track. We are using the NASCAR Road Course at Daytona, or look for the Ricmotech and Frank Rico as the host. And then showroom will be the password.
idiot! Oh, dang it. Thank you, David. Damn it to hell. Wheel is being worked on and filmed, and the real reason is I only have one quick release, so I can't just switch wheels. It's like I literally have to unbolt and rebolt one, you know. So that's more than I'm going to go through, which is why I like this wheel.
I know where you can get that fixed.
I
got a buddy, you call him, he sends you one of those.
One of those quick release things.
One of them quick release things.
Gotta take a look at the top of that field as right now Tyler Maxson has jumped up into the second spot. A 47.210. Just 400, making 300ths of a second off of our top time. Is now Tyler Maxson in that BMW, getting real close to Zachary Buchanan's time in the Porsche. Now just 300 separating those two drivers. A 4/10 gap then back to Elvis. Shaun hanging about another 2/10 back in fourth. David Grinnell hanging there in the Ferrari in 47.9 in fifth. And David Clymer has now jumped up into the sixth place as we see more and more drivers now getting into those 48s. You're going to need a 47 if you want to be in the top 6 this evening, it looks like. And lots of drivers now getting into the 48, but you got to keep working on those times, looking for some 47 if you want to be playing with the front of the field this evening.
Yeah, so let's see here. Tyler goes out there in that BMW, drops his time to within just about 300ths of a second of our leader. Lap number 10 for Tyler. Low draft, looks like he's pretty much out there on the track on his own for that lap, so he did that without any help. Used every inch of the pavement in the first chicane, and of course for qualifying that makes a difference because it will not count a lap where you pick up a 1X if you run just a little bit wide at the exit of that chicane, and he just gets it broken down so nice. Just a little bit of a touch of the curbing as you enter that second chicane, but then not touching either of the curbs on the exit of that chicane, and looks like he was able to get to the power nice and early off that second chicane and get a great run to the finish line to set our fastest time of the evening. A little closer at that last chicane, so it's just using the very edges where it just picks up the car a little bit but doesn't really get it under that spoiler. I think that's probably the key is, you might glance those edges of those curbings with the tires, but you can't be getting it lifted up off the ground by getting that spoiler up on it.
Yeah. And I don't know, I haven't figured an easy way around there.
Shaun, you just dropped off a 10th to a 47.5, but then Grinnell answers with a 47.2. How about that?
Son of a...
Wow, you didn't get to enjoy that for very long.
No.
That's just rude.
At least you noticed before it happened.
I did. Wow.
If no one noticed, it didn't happen.
Well, just like that, things have changed yet again in our top 6. Still Zachary and Tyler leading the way, but now David Grinnell moves himself up in the Ferrari, a 47-245. So now we've got a Porsche, a BMW, and a Ferrari, all within about 0.07 of a second of each other out here. Shaun Cole dropped off a 10th. He was briefly there back into 3rd spot, now back into 4th, but he's in a 47.5 now, running the Ferrari. Elvis Rankin in the BMW, a 47.6. We'll see if we don't get Elvis back out there on the track here. Yep, there he goes. So we'll see what he can turn now.
I figured that would happen pretty quick.
And then Travis Schwenke has moved himself back up into the top 6, continuing to work on that Corvette. And Travis now, number 6 with a 48.1. So again, he's just on the edge of having that car into the 47s as well.
All right, I'm going to do my dog walk, and then I'm going to leave it on Robby. So now you have picture-in-picture, you have TV camera, in-car.
Oh, nice, yes, yeah.
Robby. And I'm going to walk that dog real quick. Let's see if we put that. There we go. There we go. That looks slick.
There you go.
Except for when he disappears in my camera. There he is. Okay. And I can even turn me off. Now it doesn't even look weird. Like that looks like what you showed up for right there.
That's right. That's right.
Well, it's a delicate balance of getting in too deep and getting off good.
Yeah, absolutely. Robby, you're real on the edge there of breaking into the top 10 here. You're sitting on a 49.3 yourself, continuing to kind of whittle those times down. Is it mostly trying to find the time now in that final chicane, or is there another section of the track that you're concentrating on?
I'm getting killed in the middle, in the infield right now.
Yep.
Like here into 1. I'm just getting brutalized.
You know, you want to maintain as much of that momentum as you can and kind of roll as much speed as you can around that corner, but it'll punish you if you get in there just a little bit too hot and overwhelm those front tires, and the car just sort of pushes on you.
Yeah. And then really my worst turn is this next right-hander over here. This thing.
Yeah. Yeah, hard to get that braking just right.
I just can't seem to get any speed through it. It's like it doesn't feel bad, but I'm not getting through there. You know what I mean? It just, my time's not going. Oh well. But I think that's what's killing me the most. For me.
All right, so Elvis has got his warm-up lap in. Now he's on a flyer. Let's see what he can do. Try to improve on that 47.6. Needs to drop off a 10th to take over 4th place from Shaun, but he really is looking to drop a half second and challenge Zachary there in that top spot. Gets a little tricky here. You just never know when you're going to get a clear lap on the track, as he had just a little bit of traffic to deal with there in the International Horseshoe, but seemed to get through that relatively unscathed. Oh, and then just a lockup, in the infield.
You know, Elvis really pushes. He allows himself a lot of mistakes, and then, you know, brings one together.
Finds that edge, sure, absolutely.
Yeah. Whereas I still can't break the habit of, you know, car owners getting pissed if you drive off the road and crash them. And, you know what I mean?
That's right. Yeah.
It is the one thing that with the sim.
Well, you know, it'd be an interesting feature, and maybe you could do this as in a league if you wanted to. But it'd be an interesting feature if iRacing gave people the option to have, let's say, Oh, essentially, financial penalties associated with car damage, right? So you get to the end of the race, and if you banged up your car a certain amount, well then, you got to put $5 in the pot before the next race, right? As a quote unquote car repair.
That's an interesting. That would really change the game, I tell you.
Yeah.
That would make it a lot more real. Because in real life, that stuff costs. Actually got that last chicane down, not bad.
Yeah, we've got about 18 people who have turned official laps so far here in the qualifying session. We've still got, not quite 2 hours, a little under 2 hours now for folks to join into the session. We're here for the hot lap competition here for Ricmotech, and you can join us on iRacing in the hosted sessions. Look for a session hosted by Frank Rico of Ricmotech. Look for that hot lap competition. We are running the Daytona NASCAR road course this evening, and we are giving drivers their choice of GTE cars. You can pick any one of them you want. We haven't seen, as far as I can tell, anybody come in the Ford GT yet. Our time leader at this point is Zachary Buchanan in the Porsche, and the only driver I've seen come in so far in that Porsche. Several drivers in the BMW in the top of our standings, including Tyler Maxson, who's currently sitting second, just about 300ths off of Zachary's time in that Porsche, and Elvis Rankin also running the BMW. The Ferrari driver's doing well here, as you might expect, but currently holding down that third and fourth place spot. David Grinnell and Shaun Cole, not anymore, as Travis Schwenke in the Corvette now, a 47.329. Travis up to fourth, and now just a tenth and a half separating first from fourth, and we've got one of each of probably the four fastest cars you can choose from: the Porsche, the BMW, the Ferrari, and the Corvette. Now 1, 2, 3, 4, and just a tenth and a half separating those drivers. That's great. Good competition there. Michael Thompson also out there in a Ferrari, and I see he is one spot out of our top six. Elvis Rankin right now in the BMW, hanging on to that sixth spot with his 47.6. And so Michael B. Thompson looking to knock off about a half a second. That could get him into the top six. And of course, all of these drivers out here trying to qualify for our runoff, which will start a little bit after 9:30 Eastern time, where we'll take the top six drivers that are not only that have turned a qualifying lap, but still in the server at that time. So, for example, 9:30, that might be past Elvis's bedtime, and so if he's not able to be in here at that time, then Michael Thompson, as the seventh qualifying driver, would move up into that sixth spot and have an opportunity to run in our 20-minute race here at the end of the Ricmotech Hot Lap Challenge here this evening. And for those of you who are just tuning in and you want to join us, so we told you can go into iRacing, find it in the hosted section there under Frank Rico as the host. And the password for this evening is showroom, as we celebrate Ricmotech's new showroom there in Miami. And of course, we're looking forward to getting past the COVID pandemic issues now, where folks will be able to get in to this new showroom, and I think it'll make for quite the broadcast in our future Wednesday nights and our future hot lap competitions, when we can rejoin with folks competing live there in the sim rigs that Frank has set up there in the showroom, and then of course folks also able to compete online. And Frank's got a really cool setup in there where it kind of has all of the stages of sim rigs that you can try. So from the basic desk setup to the full sim racing rig with the seat and the belts and the all of the different motion features and the force feedback wheel and his customized pedals and all of that, and really a nice way to kind of see the progression there in the choices that you've got for the budget that you can afford.
Well, and the neat thing I like about the Ricmotech stuff and why I'm such a fan is not many sim companies allow you to build that up. In other words, you can start at that beginning level and get to the big one without having to sell your rig every time.
Absolutely.
You know, and that's just a feature. When we looked at them for Lonnie, that was really the main thing, because otherwise you get a chintzy rig, and then when you want the full-blown deal, you got to sell that chassis and get a different one. So
yeah, that's one of the great things about, you know, Frank and his team here at Ricmotech is they'll spend the time needed to figure out what makes sense for you based on where you are at right now, you know, in your sim driving, you know, experience, right? And you know,
and your money level, you know, some guys need to, you know, build it up. You might start with a good computer, but maybe you only get a single monitor, you know, and then so with the Ricmotech system, you can actually get up to your good monitors and your 3 and not lose your chassis.
Yeah,
I kind of did it. I started with, you know, Thrustmaster wheel and pedals and a single monitor and got my chassis, and now I've got a really, really nice rig with, you know, best steering wheel and nice pedals and everything. So yeah, that's a huge thing, I think, when you're buying sims, because they can be very expensive, and having something, especially with people training like they do.
Yes.
You know, I mean, this has become something that's, yeah, we're having fun with it, but there's a lot of people out using this to train, to learn the road, you know, get an idea of your brake zones and everything before they go to the track. So I think that's
speaking of drivers in training, we've got Elvis Rankin. He has jumped up to 3rd spot, so we start talking about maybe his bedtime being around 9:30, but nope. We must have inspired him as he got out there, and wow, look at that. I mean, we have 4 drivers all sitting essentially on 47.2s. Now our leader 47.179, so he's just a little bit quicker than that. But then we got Tyler Maxson 47.210, Elvis Rankin 47.212, and David Grinnell 47.245. Those are our top 4. Travis Schwenke's got that Corvette now down to the 47.3s, and then Shaun Cole hanging on to that 6th spot with a 47.5. Now those are our only drivers right now. Our top 6 are all drivers that are in the 47s, and you got to run a 47.5 or better now if you want to be in that top 6 to qualify for that 20-minute runoff at the end of our session around 9:30 this evening. Just outside of the bubble there, Michael B. Thompson in that Ferrari, the what looks like a nice sort of yellow and blue, or sort of a fluorescent green and blue Ferrari paint job out there with the EWR decals on the side. Michael B. Thompson has got that Ferrari down to a 48.1, but so he's got to find about another 6/10 out there if he's going to steal 6th place from Shaun Cole. And you better get it done now, Mike, while Shaun is away. He's out walking the dog, and he'll be back in looking to catch some of those leaders and take a few tenths off of his time. David Clymer also doing a nice job out there this evening in the Corvette. He's sitting 48.2, so not far outside that top 6 is Clymer in that nice tan and red car with the Simpit decals on it. Morano Jr. sitting there also in the black Corvette, the number 323 car, and he's sitting 9th right now with a 48.3. And then our top 10 is going to be finished up with Brian Prudell. He is running a Ferrari, it looks like, with a 48.955.
I heard a rumor, Jeff, that they were going to take the top 10.
Oh, well, you know.
I keep expecting to hear Kevin jump into this chat and be like, oh, we're taking the top 8.
Yeah, you never know. That's right.
No, this big a track, we need 10.
Yeah, you're right. Just for entertainment and driving.
Well, we don't
right.
want everyone to get stretched out. The thing disqualified me. Can you?
Well, you're doing a great job out there, drivers, making it really exciting here in our top 6. Zachary still hanging on to that top spot, but man, he has got some real pressure coming with Tyler Maxton sitting on that 210. Elvis Rankin now on a 212. David Grinnell a 245. And then Schwenke a 329. A tenth and a half separating our top 5. Wow, good job, drivers.
Don, you're still in the top 6 there, man, but you probably, it's a good thing you didn't take the dog for an extra walk around that block there. These guys are coming after you.
You know, if my dog wasn't such a wimp, we'd still be walking, but he's afraid of every dog in the neighborhood, so we had to come cowering into the house.
Oh, okay, okay.
Funny.
That's why I don't have kids, because my response would be like, just quit crying, punch him back. What?
Well, you know, Shaun, as we sort of get into the end of the real-life racing season now, what with IMSA having the Petit Le Mans this past weekend, and kind of winding down a lot of the other series, it's going to be really interesting to see how the various programs kind of get going again in the sim racing world during the off-season. You know, I think we saw earlier this year as the COVID outbreak had things kind of slowed down. We saw NASCAR doing some creative stuff. We saw IMSA doing creative stuff online. We saw the IndyCar folks in the Road to Indy series all doing stuff online as well. And I think a lot of them seem to be pretty pleased, not only with the quality of the racing they got out of their drivers, but with the fan engagement. And so I think it'll be fun now to see over the winter if we can't get some of that going again.
When we saw the abundance of real-life sanctioning bodies joining sim racing during the crisis, I knew that when they could open their thing up back for real, that they'd turn us off like a light switch, right? There was no doubt in my mind. I'm not even offended. However, like you said, I think they had a kind of a response, and they learned something that they can carry an audience through their off season. And now I don't know what drivers, are gonna. Drivers are drivers, though. That's the funny thing, about people who play sports. It's like, yeah, the off season's too long, right?
Right.
So maybe they will be into it. But yeah, I kind of thought that. I was like, what's that?
I really think it's going to be more than you think. I mean, a lot of them, if you watch, like Connor and a lot of the IndyCar guys, stayed doing it.
Right.
Actually, so I know that we're going to continue with the Road to Indy. They want to start immediately at the end of their season. And I believe, Jeff, we have the same deal going with the Mazda guys.
Yeah.
And
well, I think not only do you have the opportunity there for the fan engagement and keeping those fans, interested in the drivers and the cars, and your series and your sponsors as well. But then, you've got the content that's out there, and whether it's online, content, or of course we saw that some of those series by IMSA and NASCAR and so forth being picked up by big networks, and maybe the big networks don't end up picking them up at the same level, but still a lot of the networks looking for content, studios not really up and running yet to produce the new TV shows and that sort of things, and with a lot of the pro sport championships kind of winding up here shortly, it should be a good opportunity again to kind of showcase the kind of quality racing that really from a fan's perspective you can get out of an experience like the iRacing provides.
Yeah, absolutely. The thing about it also that I always say is it's one of those opportunities for racing nowadays is part about talent, but the other part is really about how many T-shirts do you sell.
Yeah.
It's like you can be the worst.
Has been.
Yeah, and so like you can be the worst driver in the world, but if your merchandise sells as hot as the best driver, you're on the series for life. And so I think that the whole sim racing scene, which has exploded in terms of membership, it's a different opportunity to get a fan base and carry them with you to the real life. So, you know, I think that it's a really good opportunity for drivers who are trying to make a bigger name for themselves. And I think about, like, Lando Norris's popularity, not just to sim racers, but his popularity went through the roof with the way he was sort of the #1 real life streamer. And I just think that when they did get back to on track, that his value as a driver in F1 at that level went up, and that's pretty amazing. So
yeah, no question.
And hopefully a lot of drivers will see that and realize, wow, this is a different, you know, opportunity. You know.
Well, both ways, right? Some of them cost them a little bit.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, you got to kind of weigh things out on your temperament.
Which, you know, personally, I don't think is fair because, you know, to me as a fan part, if we want to see those guys in real life, then let them be real.
Well, that's the thing.
Because if they think this is all, you know, cupcakes and fairies, it's not.
No, and to act like you can put a microphone in the face of any athlete in the heat of the moment and expect him to be...
Don't do it.
He's not a corporate CEO. He's an athlete. And, you know, let's face it, that's testosterone. That's adrenaline.
Well, what you're doing is a little bit intense, right?
Yeah.
It's not like, oh, you know, we're just hanging out picking our nose.
No, yeah. And I feel that way on all sports. I always think it's remarkable when it's like, well, you chose to put the microphone there. You should know better. You know?
Hey, speaking of testosterone, and at the top of the field, Mr. Tyler Maxson is flexing his muscles.
Oh,
we have a new leader. Tyler Maxson has taken over the top spot by 0.04 of a second.
Wow.
47.137. Now the time to beat. He's doing that in the BMW M8. So Zachary's going to have to come back in now and answer to that. Maybe he's finished dinner. Maybe he's having another slice of pizza. Who knows? But the gauntlet has been thrown down there by Tyler Maxson as he takes over the top spot.
Am I optimal?
Well, congratulations there to Tyler Maxson taking over the top spot, folks. 47.137, our new top time. Way to go, Tyler.
My optimal is barely faster than that lap time.
Yeah, my optimal barely get me. Well, I don't know. It wouldn't get me in the 7s, but I'm there knocking on it.
What setup are you running in, Robby?
The low downforce. We're just trying to figure it out.
The only complaint I have with it really is when I start driving too hard, the rear end traction isn't there. But that's usually my right foot, not the car. Because I wouldn't want you to tighten it up any.
No, I've actually softened the front bar a little bit to try to help me through the chicanes. But I got my traction control on 2. You're probably on 3.
Oh, I haven't even played with that.
Yeah, so my traction controls both on 2. I don't know what the difference is in 2 and 1. What do you want for fuel?
I think I dropped it to 8.
8, yeah, I'm on
10. Hey, Dennis.
Shaun, we're getting some nice participation here this evening, both online and in the sim. We got 20 folks who have turned in times so far, and boy, it is packed up there at the top. As predicted, our top 6 now, all requiring you to be in the 147s. In fact, a 147.5, that spot that you're holding there, number 6, is good enough to be in our top 6. And after that, it's 6/10 back then to Michael Thompson, who's sitting there at that 48.1, and David Clymer 48.2, and Morano Jr. 48.3. So, Tyler Guillemette has joined us, another one of our regular racers there in the Ricmotech Monday Night Series. Tyler is quick. Let's see what he can do. He's at a 48.4, sitting in the number 10 spot, running the Corvette this evening. So let's see, as Tyler's only on working his 5th lap right now. Let's see what kind of time Tyler can put in. We may have another, I'm going to predict he'll be battling there for the top 6 times. But now that I've jinxed Tyler, let's see what he does on track. I'm sure he'll appreciate that. Shut up, Jacob. Don't jinx me. We had a really great race Monday night in the Ricmotech GT Challenge. Shaun, it was we were running the GTE and the GT3 cars at Mossport for 90 minutes. Let me tell you, I mean, those cars are just so much fun at that track. It's just a great combination with the flow, you know, that you get around those fast sweepers and everything. Sure. It was a thrilling, thrilling race, and we had a really good time. Tyler, did really well, and. In fact, let's see, we had in the GT3 class, gosh, I think we had 20 cars, running there, mostly the Ferraris, but a couple of us in the Mercedes, and just a great matchup for the entire 90 minutes.
That sounds fun.
And Guillemette is the guy who in a Ferrari took the top spot there in the GT3 class, and he just battled the entire race with some of the other front runners, but in the end he just had the consistency to sort of pull away. And Kevin, believe it or not, Kevin Ford finished 2nd.
No way.
Wow.
Yes. I mean, he usually finds some way to connect with a wall or a curb or at least some grass, but man, I mean, he was just on his game for the full 90 minutes Monday night. But yeah, that was a lot of fun. Now, it'll be interesting as we move to the next race. It'll be 7, I think race 7 of our 9 races in that series, and I believe we are going to Lime Rock next. So that could be quite the challenge.
Oh yeah.
Oh, Tyler's got himself down to the 47.9s now in the Corvette. So. Getting a little bit closer there.
Elvis went number 1.
Look at that. Indeed. Elvis at the top spot. Almost into the 46s. He's got a 47.052, the new top time. He's in that BMW. So now we got a pair of BMWs at the front of the field. Elvis is 47.052, and Tyler Maxon's 47.137. So about a 700ths advantage there for Elvis now. And he's not done, man. He's heading out there on the track, going to look for that 46, and who will be the first driver? I don't think it's a question of if, it's who.
Directed me, but you guys are both on an outlap.
Is going to be the first driver into the 46s. Well, we got a new top time. Elvis Rankin taking the top spot there, a 47.052. That is the time to beat. Who is going to be the first driver to put us into the 46s? Well, we'll find out. Got a bunch of you guys out there going after it. Welcome to Tyler Guillemette. Happy to have you joining us, Tyler, after your win on Monday night. And sitting in 7th right now. He's got to chop off about another half second to move into that top 6. Shaun Cole right now is holding that bubble spot. We're taking the top 6 tonight
at about an hour and a half from now for our 20-minute race here at the end of qualifying.
I had the sub 47 going, and then I touched the curb in the final chicane, shooting myself in the foot.
Oh, and in fact, I do see we have Zachary back from dinner. He's back out there in the Porsche, only turning lap number 8 now. So we will see as he threw down that 47-1 that led for such a long time, very early, like his 6th lap out there. And so now he's seen himself slip from 1st to 3rd, but boy, just a 10th and a half would move him back into that top spot.
So we're going to take top 20 today?
I've noticed, Robbie, that time keeps adjusting for you there, that cutoff. Why is that?
I didn't think I needed to explain that, but okay.
Right.
Boy, I cannot get... What braking marker are you hitting for that last one?
For which one? The final chicane? The 3. Which seems a little early for me, but if I go later, I just mess it up.
See, and I can't get... If I get to the 3, I can't see it. What's your brake bias?
I don't know. Hold on. Whoops.
Well, Shaun, I've got some bad news for you.
What's that?
You slipped to 7th there. Tyler has moved himself up there into that 6th spot with a 47.3. The good news, though, is we're talking about a 10th and a half, man. You can find that. I know you got it.
You know what? I got to be honest with you. If I hadn't, just like Elvis just said, if I hadn't screwed up the final chicane, I had a 46.9 going.
Nice.
So I'm not. If I can just hit that, I'm not that worried right now. Or let me rephrase that. I'm pretty optimistic right now if I can just get through that last chicane once. And the thing about this track is I know this track, so there's no reason I should be any slower than 3 to 4 tenths on my worst lap, which means I still have a shot at a really good lap if I can just hit that damn chicane.
Absolutely. Well, I'll tell you the other thing that that should give you some encouragement there, Shaun, and all of our drivers some encouragement is I've noticed the track temperature continuing to drop. We're down to 82 degrees now, so
yeah, I thought the
a
track
little more traction out there, perhaps.
I thought the track felt a little faster. Okay.
Those BS curbs, dude.
Yeah, the curbs are just killing me right now.
Can we be explained why that was put in again, please?
I don't know.
I know you'd like a challenge, Elvis.
Oh, I'm close to it. I was telling him he just had to beat me.
Oh, yes, there we go. Elvis Rankin a 46.8, and Travis Schwenke had a 47.0. Oh, my.
Awesome.
46.8 for Elvis. How about that? And it's told the glory a minute there from Schwenke, who finally got that Corvette down to a 47.0. But Elvis answers right away with that 46.8.
Oh, I think my brother's here. Okay. Oh, Robbie stepped away. I can't step away when Robbie stepped away. Then nobody would be here. Well, Jeff, you'd be here. I didn't mean to take anything away from you, bud.
No, not at all. No problem.
Speaking of taking anything away, have you guys... I don't know if anyone realized our password tonight is showroom. So if you're late to the stream and wanting to join us out here, plenty of time left. I mean, there is still an hour and 40 minutes, essentially, or 35 minutes for you to get a lap time in. Top six make it into the shootout, the finale, 20-minute race at the end, and the password is showroom. Go to the hosted section. Frank Rico is the host. We're at Daytona in the GTE cars. Take your pick. and see what marquee you can put to the top of the leaderboard. And
yeah, right now we're sitting there with a BMW on top, a Corvette in second, a BMW in third, and then a Porsche in fourth.
Nice, and then a Ferrari in fifth.
Yes.
I gotta stick up for my Ferrari.
That's right. That's right.
And then, oh, but as I was saying, the reason it is showroom is, check this out. We just got new video, exclusive, hot new video of Ricmotech showroom, Ricmotech headquarters. We used to have cameras live in Ricmotech pre-CV19, but now we are unable to do that. But we do have shots of this, so let's check this out real quick. And then I'll go say hi to my brother while we play that. I'll be right back.
All right, all right.
Fill my coffee. Hi, brother. Oh, I'm back to 7.
Yeah, and for folks who are just tuning in, as Shaun was saying, still got a good, about an hour and a half left here in qualifying in our session before we're going to take the top 6 into a 20-minute race here in the NASCAR version of the Daytona Road Course. But hey, don't worry. If you weren't here at the beginning of the session, you are at no disadvantage other than maybe a little bit of seat time. But track conditions, I think, continuing to improve out here, as we've now seen just in the last 10 minutes of tonight's qualifying competition, the times continuing to drop for these drivers. So certainly not at any disadvantage in terms of favorable track conditions out here, but be ready if you haven't had a chance yet to run on this configuration with the second chicane. It is proving to be quite the challenge for most of the drivers. Oh, and Zachary Buchanan has taken back over the top spot with a 46.311. Oh my, a half second. So he's not just nibbling around the edges there and satisfied with taking off half a tenth here and a half a tenth there. No, sir, it's a half a second drop for Zach. Well, I think he stepped away originally to say he was grabbing dinner. Now he can go get dessert because he has reset the field here at the pointy end of his GTE challenge. Wow. 46.311.
Great. I leave and the whole field drop second.
You know, Elvis said that he was looking for a good excuse to kind of sit down and spend some time really learning that BMW. Well, challenge served there as Zach has put his Porsche up there in that top spot. And half the challenge to this second chicane is just being able to see it as early as you would like to, so you can get yourself lined up for it. The way the car sits on the banking and with the sort of the gun slit windows in these cars, you're trying to glance at the top of your monitor to see, so you can get yourself lined up and kind of have your braking zone planned out when you get down in there. And
I have spun onto the, whatever it is, the turn one there, coming out of the infield onto the big track.
Yeah.
This thing has disqualified me twice.
Oh, okay.
Luckily, I know an official, but I didn't know it started doing that. And it was just a spin. It wasn't even anything weird.
All right, we go back to it. That's a lot of food, right? Look at his belly.
It's funny, I've gone out here to just turn a couple more laps and see how the track conditions are, and I'm seeing a lot of smoke and dirt, and so people must be really pushing the ragged edge here as they're
yeah, there's dirt.
trying to get into the 46s themselves.
A lot of dirt in the corners all of a sudden.
Okay, you know, I meant to turn off the lights. I'm going to go the opposite direction of Robby. I need more concentration. I need to be able to see what happens to my camera if I turn off the lights.
Well, Shaun, I don't know if you could hear us while you were away, but Zachary came back in, threw down a 46.3.
Holy sh! Oh.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I turned my lights on because I thought you guys couldn't see me.
Oh, except, yeah, you can't see me if I do that. And my air conditioning turned off. That will not work at all. Okay, we experimented, and we learned that was a total failure.
Yeah, I couldn't see me either. That's why I turned my lights on. It's easier to see on the sim if they're off, but
Yeah, I need to work on some little spotlights for driving only moments. But you know, the other thing is I got to get my cool suit. I've redesigned to be a cool chair.
oh, that's smart.
Yeah, then I don't have to put it on and off.
That's actually is smart.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
So, yeah. They're only $299. You guys want to be some of the early backers? We're now on GoFundMe. Cool suit. Cool seat. Cool seat. Cool cold seat. Cool seat. Did I say $299? I meant $399 now that I have that name.
Right.
Alright. Oh, there's Buchanan. No, he's back there. It's Schwanky. He's fast. Chase him. Who's that? Who that? By the way, if you want to know how devoted I am to this, you all
Yeah.
just have to know that my LA Dodgers are playing the World Series right this minute.
Sorry, Kenneth.
True.
And I am here driving.
Well, they've been doing pretty well without you.
Hey Maria, how you doing? We need to improve. I need to be faster. I don't actually need to be faster, I just need to be better.
Yeah, funny how that works, isn't it?
Yep, full throttle is as fast as it will go. We got that part down.
Sorry, David. I'm trying to go. Yeah. Thought I was out of your way.
It's interesting how you find out real quick when you've damaged the bottom of these cars, because then you're out there on that banking and the time is just getting slower and slower and slower.
Yep.
You don't know why. Nope.
You are just as good at Kevin at distracting me at the worst moments. But Jeff, I honestly, I don't say that to discourage you, because honestly, for 2 years now, that has been part of the game. So
hilarious.
Yeah. We're not trying to take a big hit, but it was like, oh man, I'm on a great lap, and right at the braking, you talked, and it was like, oh, and I can't blame you, of course, by the way. I mean, like, your crew chief or spotter might jump on your ear, right? You're not supposed to.
Right.
I am not. I'm just saying, man. I was like, that was just like reminiscent. It's like, oh, Kevin. I almost called you Kevin, doesn't it? No.
You know, it's funny that you mentioned that, because I did receive some very special instructions that I had forgotten up to now about how I was supposed to mention about the two of us announcing the race.
Oh, I really want to be in the race. That is... I do not want to speak. Love driving this car.
Thanks, Ken.
I mean, it's so awesome
Was that a bike
that
tag
I think
there?
I should probably try to get one in real life.
You gotta set goals.
There you go.
And of course, you want one of these, not just any Ferrari.
yeah, not just 488.
Yeah.
I think if I break a 46, that Ferrari should just give me one.
That's how it works.
If only it worked that way.
They'd be like, you know, for an average sim racer, that is an amazing lap time. And we would like to celebrate that. And if they gave me the GT3, I'd be like, so, is there like tire or crew budget? Because
Right.
I still gotta sell it. Sorry.
But I can't afford to actually move it, but I've got it.
You know how many Lemons races I can do for that?
Right.
Speaking of Lemons, so Lemons is sort of in their pseudo off season. They just add another race, but apparently they're gonna let Spec Miatas run in their own class.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, and I'm back and forth as to whether I think that's a good idea or not. I don't know if that's a good idea for anybody. And then I think, oh, but that's really cool, and I'd like to run that. But, yeah, I mean, half the grid in Lemons is already Spec Miatas, you know? I think that's why they're doing it.
Sure.
And I bet you that in their ruling, they're going to take a bunch that don't necessarily qualify as Spec Miatas and be like, well, you're in that class. Unless you've thrown a turbo on or done something crazy horsepower-wise. Oh, man, sausage. Sausage. You know, I should have to eat a sausage every time I hit one of those. I'll bet you I hit a lot fewer.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. Well, I'll tell you what, we've got a new driver into our top three. We now have 3 drivers in the 46s, with David Crenell now running a 46 900. So, and he's running the a Ferrari. So now we've got Porsche, a BMW, a Ferrari, and then a Corvette. Oh, and then Travis Schwenke answers a 46A. So now 4 drivers in the 46s. Oh, man. All 4 makes now. holding one of the top 4 spots. It goes Porsche, BMW, Corvette, and Ferrari.
They're finding some place on this track that's got grip that I haven't found.
Maybe if you just take the final chicane flat out and hit the ramp right, does it fly you to the finish line?
I tried it.
Well, guys, I tell you what, it is getting exciting there at the top of the field as every lap, man, it seems like the order is changing around. Zachary still holding that top spot at 46.3, and Elvis with the 46.8, but now Travis Schwenke has gotten that Corvette into the 46.8 also. He's just a half a tenth behind Elvis. And David Bernil, a 46.9 in the Ferrari. So, man, how about that for close competition amongst all 4 mates in tonight's competition?
What was that, Frank?
Have you been able to make it to many autocross events this year?
Yeah, you know, we did have, we had a little bit of a national season. SCCA did not hold the national championships this year, which, hey, you know, it was disappointing. It would have been my 25th solo nationals that Tire Rack holds there in Lincoln, Nebraska. But, you know, you can certainly understand the decision-making behind that. I mean, you don't, you know, in these type of conditions, trying to bring 12 to 1,300 people, you know, to Lincoln and, you know, staying in hotel rooms, eating at restaurants. You know, even if we were pretty satisfied, I think, with the safety, you know, of our ability to hold these autocrosses and practice, you know, safe social distancing and so forth. But, you know, if you have a big outbreak in that area and, you know, things start to shut down again or whatever, and now you've had folks, you know, spend a lot of time and money traveling that far. So solo nationals didn't happen this year, but I know here in Philadelphia region, you know, we did continue to have our local autocrosses, and we typically had 100 to 120 folks attend those, and folks were really good on compliance in terms of, you know, look, at as much as the racing experience is about the social experience, just like it is, you know, online with the way we're talking now, but you know, folks were real good about, you know, wearing masks when they were, you know, within 6 feet of each other, and otherwise just kind of maintaining, you know, the right distances. Not when, you know, folks are out there shagging, you know, cones on an autocross course. You know, that's outside, so it seemed to be safe and everything. And so folks found a way to make it happen and make it happen, you know, safely. We'll all look forward to hopefully getting back to it again next season.
Right. And you're still running the same car?
Yeah, I'm still enjoying the Subaru BRZ. Yeah, they have a new class there. Well, it's not new. This is now the 3rd year for this spec class where you could run either the FRS or the BRZ, so either one of the twins. And you go to the tire rack, and there's a spec tire. There's a spec suspension setup that you have to run. And there are sealed conies, so you can't tamper with the shock absorbers on it. And it's just become a really fun class. We've got a great Falcon tire that's brand new this year that just really transformed the car's handling and made it a lot of fun. And so, and so the nice thing is, with everybody running the same cars on the same, you know, tires, the same suspension, it's not about who can outspend somebody else. It comes down to really being about the driver. And so it's been a lot of fun to compete in that class. They did just complete the SCCA runoffs, which was at Road America this year, just 2 weeks ago, and by all accounts, that was a terrific event. Really nice, you know, participation. I think they had around 500 drivers for that, and you know, it took about 300 volunteers, you know, with the corner workers and so forth, over the course of almost 2 weeks. Wow. By the time you get, you know, practice sessions in, and then the qualifying, and then 4 days of racing in different classes. But they had a really nice competition. I think the weather cooperated well, you know, for them there in Wisconsin, and so a really high quality event there for the SCCA runoffs.
Nice.
And you know, Frank, we were talking a little bit. I think while you were away there for a few minutes, you know, we were talking about the fact that so many of the real-life racing, you know, seasons are now wrapping up. You know, you had IMSA wrapping up with Petit, you know, Le Mans this past weekend, and of course NASCAR's going to be wrapping up soon, and the IndyCar and so forth, and so, we were sort of talking a little bit about those professional series having the opportunity this spring to explore the sim racing world, and I think probably getting an appreciation for the type of fan engagement, not to mention driver engagement, that you can get with these sim racing experiences like iRacing, and it'll be interesting to see how many of them pick it up again sort of during the quote-unquote off-season. And I know that the Road to Indy folks are planning, I believe, to come back with the Road to Indy series again for the USF 2000 drivers and so forth. And we're looking forward to having the Global Mazda Pro Series back again.
Excited to see kind of what can happen now in the off season and see these sanctioning bodies turn to e-racing.
And I don't imagine business has slowed down for you much there at the shop.
It's not as crazy as it was when the pandemic first set in, but yeah, things are still moving along nicely.
Well, that's great. That's good to hear. Well, as we get into our final hour here of qualifying, folks, I see that our track temperature has dropped now to 79 degrees. So we're down 3 or 4 degrees from even just 30 minutes ago. So in this sort of virtual world, as iRacing has this sim set up now, where you set the time of day, and as the sun sets, as the sun moves across the sky, that has an impact on the track temperatures. And so now we're seeing where we started up in the mid to upper 80s at the beginning of this session, we're down to 79 degrees. And in theory, for most cases, that should mean that the drivers are getting a little more traction out there on the cool track. You can see on the sim on your screens the amount of rubber that's building up in the corners, and at least to a certain point, that probably also improves traction in those corners, unless of course you spend time out there in the marbles. That can be a little less helpful. But we continue to see opportunities for drivers to move up in the standings here. Zachary Buchanan in that Porsche continuing to lead the way by a full half second over Elvis Rankin in the BMW M8. 46.3 versus a 46.836. The Travis Schwenke, who came in early, was, I think, testing some things with the setup in that Corvette, but he has now certainly gotten that Corvette dialed in. He sits in our third spot with a 46.882, and while a half a tenth would give him second place ahead of Elvis, I'm sure that he's trying to find a way to maybe challenge Zachary there in that top spot. David Granil, meanwhile, is out there in the Ferrari, so the fourth make. He's in that Ferrari GTE car, and he has that car down to a 46.900, so just 0.02 of a second off of Travis's time in the Corvette. Tyler Guillemette is sitting at a 47.003, and that's in a Corvette, so just right there, a 10 off of Granil. And Tyler Maxson rounds out our top six. Tyler, not currently in the session, actually. He was in here a little bit earlier, turning some laps. And I would be surprised if we see him back. He was one of our early leaders, but he's got that BMW M8 in the number 6
Not your fault,
spot.
John, but that was a weird entry to the corner. It totally threw me off guard.
And then in the 7th spot, so just one spot out, is Morano Jr. He's a 10th and a half out of 6 spots. So Ken Morano Jr., he's out there running the number 323 Corvette. And he's still out there trying to improve, as is Shaun Cole. Shaun's sitting on a 47.5. So Shaun, you got to chop off another 4 tenths to get into that top 6 spots.
Shaun's not here right now.
Okay, right.
Who's that guy hitting the...
It's some dummy. either, oh, I'm getting slower and I'm faster, and the track's better, so it's me. I can feel the car wants to go faster.
So by the way, everyone, if I do end up making it to the race, I won't be able to do it, so count my spot open, I guess.
All right, well, sorry to hear that, Zachary, but I appreciate you letting us know in advance so that let the 7th, 8th, and 9th place drivers know that they might want to stick around as they have a spot open there. But hey, we'll say congratulations there, Zachary. Great lap in that Porsche 46.3, holds that top spot with Elvis, Travis, David, Tyler, and Tyler all holding down the top 6. Well represented in the different makes of cars there, and well, drivers, we've got about an hour left before that race session.
You know, Frank, it's been a while since we've had a chance to chat during one of these sessions, but I wanted to follow up with you briefly about at the PRI. I think you were showing off one of the new MPI wheels, one of the new Max Pappas wheels, and I was wondering what the status of that is.
So, yeah, I was sharing a couple of different concepts there, and we went ahead and had some wheels made that have a nice grippy material to them, just in the grip section. We have them on the website right now, but we haven't done a whole lot of marketing with it, kind of the way COVID is going right now. But we do have some of those, and I did promise Shaun a sample for review, and I apologize, Shaun, I haven't gotten that to you. But the grip material is unique in that it's a silicone embedded fabric that Max has developed, and it works really nice. It resists wear, so unlike Alcantara suede, it doesn't get all matted down, and it grips without having to wear gloves. If you wear gloves that have that grip material, then it interlocks nicely, and you don't have to put a death grip on the wheel. So you can kind of feel what the wheel is doing without losing control of it, and it works really nice. And then we combined it with Alcantara on other parts of the wheel to give it that higher end look and feel to it. So yeah, I need to get one of those on for review.
Yay! That's awesome. You know why? I'll tell you a little secret story. It comes right back to that. So I am right now using a suede Momo, and I do not like wearing gloves when I'm sitting in my super hot room racing. So my wheel looks terrible. And so I've known for a long time that you just get a suede brush, no big deal. And so I got a whole suede kit, and I watched the Jay Leno Garage, you know, how to do it thing.
Right.
Anyway, I did the suede brush, and it was fine. And like an hour later, it was back to where it was, because there was still a lot of dirt in it. And so then I did the cleaner and scrubbed that in, let it dry overnight, and now it is permanently matted.
Oh.
like I can brush it all day. It's not coming back at all. Not even for 5 minutes.
You made it worse.
Yeah, I basically
And
sealed
congratulations, Travis Schwenke has moved himself up into that second spot in the Corvette, a 46.626, and now he just regained off of Zachary's top times. So way to go, Travis, moving himself on up into that number 2 spot.
You almost have to brush them after every use.
Yep, that's what you have to
keep
do.
them fresh.
Yep.
Yeah.
Now, I had an Alcantara, and I was like, huh, and it was a little matted, not too bad, you know, but it's not as bad as suede. And the brush cleaned that up real nice, too, so.
Yeah, well, I mean, Alcantara's fabric, so it doesn't get negatively impacted when it gets wet, like suede does.
Oh, I didn't try the water on that, or not water, the cleaner.
Right, but you could actually try soapy water on it. So what I always recommend is you take some soapy water, you shake it up in a jar so that it foams up, and then just use the brush to pick up a little bit of the foam so that you're not soaking.
All right, we got a few more folks joining in here. Welcome this evening, and I have to see Mr. Hartley And Brian Ostrich also joining us. So good luck, drivers.
It was
trying to get to the top 6
disgusting
this evening. You got to be able to put those cars into the 146s if you want to nab one of those top 6 spots. Still got an hour to get it done, though.
No, but the moral of the story is, if you want a suede wheel, which I love because they're nice, either wear gloves or don't get a suede wheel, or be happy with a waxy suede wheel. Those are the.
Right.
There is no clean it up. If you're not going to wear gloves, it's all futile. Because I'm looking at it right now, and it's like it looks like I didn't do anything, and it's like I've been driving for about an hour on it. Well, no, a couple hours, but yeah. No, I'm super excited. I know the wheel. I know the grip we're talking about, by the way. Obviously, I was there.
You were there, yeah.
Yeah, the shark tooth, I call it.
Yeah, yeah. It has a kind of exactly like a little shark's tooth pattern.
And it's got bite, like a shark's tooth on your hand. No, that doesn't sound good. That's not a good marketing pitch. I take that back.
Is it similar to the stuff, basically, that they use in the good gloves, that's embedded in the gloves, like the palms?
It's similar to that, but not quite. It's so what's on the gloves is like a rubbery
silicone type of, yeah.
Yeah, this is embedded into the fabric. So
Sorry if I screwed you up.
It still feels like fabric. It's difficult to explain. You almost have to get it in your hands and
it felt really cool when it was in a carbon fiber rim. That was really
yeah. Yeah, but now that becomes like a $1,200 rim.
Yeah, just
so,
for show.
Yeah, yeah. So I know that's the one Jeff's talking about. That's the one he was salivating over. All carbon fiber and with that grip on it.
That thing was insanely nice, Jeff.
Yeah.
It was like kind of just fun to hold it even.
Right. But no, what we had made is a typical aluminum rim, but with that grip. If you go to our website under the MPI wheels, we call it the Super Grip wheel. So it's the model is a GT13 Super Grip.
Frank, can you make it fit this, my Mod 31 from you?
Unfortunately, I cannot. But I'm going to send it to you with a button box and our paddle shifters, because you've never reviewed that either. So you'll get. I'll do it with everything.
Awesome.
And
I've actually, you got to kind of give this thing credit how long I've been hammering on this setup, because this is just the Thrustmaster hub.
Right.
And with super carbon fiber paddles on it. And this thing's still, knock on wood, is just perfect.
Yeah, I think you had an issue with the cable one time that got twisted up, and was that right? Am I right on that?
Was that this wheel? Might have been. Yeah, I think way back when, maybe once. But considering, but on add-on wheels, quite honestly, that's the Achilles heel of all of them. Because I mean, that's a problem that I've either had or heard about from others on just about any and every mod to an extent.
Right.
Just, it's a vulnerable area. It's hard to spin a cord like that violently.
Yeah, yeah. And that one, kind of one of its weaknesses is the cable's permanently attached, coming off the back of the wheel.
Right.
It's not an easily replaceable cable.
You got to go in.
So we've actually stopped making those for that reason. Just as when somebody has a problem, it's not a quick fix. It's if that cable has an issue right before the race, there's no way to get it up and running quickly.
Right.
Yeah, mine's detachable.
Right, and that's what I'm favoring now. For a while, I was doing both, and we made the decision to stop making those. That does not have the interchangeable cable.
Right.
So.
All right. Well, I think I need to stretch, or I'm not going to do any better. This is such a normal thing right at this juncture. Here we are at the point where I'm outside. And I know I got it in me, but now I'm starting to drive like crap because my back's getting tight and I'm getting frustrated.
You just gotta step away for a minute.
Yeah, it's the only way.
Well, at least you know you have it in you.
I do. I've had it like 10 times. It's that damn please bomb it chicane.
Yeah, that's right.
Those curbs on that chicane are uncharacteristic
Wicked.
for this track. Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't match. The whole thing's so wrong. I'm very outraged.
Yeah.
But I promised
it's
I wasn't
obvious
going to bitch tonight. Because it was only like a session or two ago that I bitched for 4 hours. Right? I just couldn't even... I can't remember. I can't remember. I can't remember what car it was. But it was just... Why? Why? But this... I love this Ferrari.
John, was that the rally cars?
No, I don't.
No, okay. I remember that being a challenge.
And I like the Corvette, but quite honestly, the Corvette sounds are a letdown compared to this Ferrari. Like, I could have this Ferrari be my drowning out the neighbor sound machine noise when I sleep. You know, just rap, 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 rap.
Well, in real life, that Vet doesn't really sound that good either.
It doesn't sound like the old ones, that's for sure.
Kind of a muted,
No, it doesn't.
muted V8 noise. Well, it's one of those new. You shift it quickly too, right? It doesn't.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming. Is
Yeah.
it like 24 speed or something.
Right.
All right.
I gotta say, it handles well though.
Yeah, it looks. Well, I'd love
in
to
real
drive
life.
those. It's a beautiful car.
You've had a chance to drive it in on the track, Robbie?
Yeah,
All right.
that's what Sam Schmidt got a new one of
Just
those.
putting there with that
Just did an ultimate
43-311
street car
with our
it.
top time, Shrinky and Elvis running second and third now with those 46-6s.
You've got a C8.
David Grinnell, the only other driver in the
retrofit with
46s.
all
Everybody
his,
else
Stuff in it.
still trying to
wow.
fight through the
Yep.
bottom of those 47-second laps, working their way into the 46s.
Yeah. And we did it different. He's now on the right side, so he can see more. He doesn't have the wheel and all that stuff in front of him.
Okay. Yeah,
And-
that makes better sense. He doesn't need the wheel.
Right. And then for me, the takeover is much easier because I don't have to have a sim wheel.
What are you
Right,
thanking me
You're
for?
taking over with
I'm
the
with-
actual.
Right.
Yeah.
And it makes a huge difference.
Yeah. You and I talked about it, that would have made more sense in the previous car. So.
Yeah. But I gotta say, he can run it himself. Head controls at 1.5 lateral G's with stock tires on it. It's pretty impressive.
I hung out with him at CXE Simulations when he was doing the iRacing Pro Race with that setup.
Okay. Right?
And it was awesome watching him do it. Like, that
Amazing.
is- yeah, it is. And the system worked so well.
Yeah, we they do a good job. And it's a wild ride, so he did the ultimate street car thing, which meant he had to do an autocross, a road course, 3S stop thing, which is kind of drag race, turn around and stop in a box, and drive across town for like an hour.
That's awesome. That tech, that's all his company, right?
Well, Arrow puts the stuff together for Sam with the Sam car. Sam has part of some of the conversion companies that use it, but really it's an Arrow program.
Gotcha.
Yeah, that same Arrow as the team, you know.
Right. Oh, just a little clip of the curb there. I was watching you, Robbie. I was like, oh, that's a great lot. Oh,
Still
and then
going,
you
so-
just, I mean, like 4 inches. That's it. 4 inches. All right, I'll be right back. I got to stretch. I'm so old, I can't sit in this rig like I used to. I saw Robbie's little pillow. I was like, I'm going to have to find a pillow.
That's because I've gotten through my seat.
Oh, is that right?
I've actually, this is the same seat I had in my Nova for 3 years. And in 1 year, I wore it out in my sim.
Wow.
That's awesome. Speaking of the waxy Alcantara, I noticed my R seat this is like 4 years old, and it's no rips, no worn, but it's starting to show little waxy spots from my heavy use areas. All right, I'll be right back.
All right. Well, as we continue to watch some of the times here, that was close.
Yeah.
That was exciting.
And my wheel was upside down, so I wasn't going forward gears. I was going in reverse gears.
We still have our same leader, Zachary Buchanan, running the top spot, that 146.311 in the Porsche. Now, Zachary has informed us that he's not going to be able to stick around for the challenge. So that means spots 2 through 7 now are going into our top 6 challenge. Travis Schwenke holding down that second spot right now in the BMW with that 46.626, and Elvis Rankin, I'm sorry, Travis is in the Corvette, Elvis is in the BMW with a 46.676, so just a half a tenth between those two drivers. David Grinnell running the Ferrari of 46.9, and those are the top 4 drivers all in the 46s. 47.003 for Tyler Guillemette, and if I remember correctly, he was running a Corvette. Yes, indeed. He's got that 5th place spot at the moment. Tyler Maxson in 6th. He's not in the server at the moment, but we hope he'll make it back because he is in the challenge at this point. And David Kleiber is sitting 7th overall, but with Zachary dropping out, that means David in the Corvette, there, that red and sort of gray or green colored Corvette, he will be the 6th driver at this point with 47.215. So anybody else who wants to try to get in, Morano Jr., Shaun, Mike Thompson, Wayne Roberts, Mr. Hartley is out there running some laps, John Hill, you guys need to break below a 47.2 if you want to try to get in to that top 6. And looks like drivers have got about, maybe, let's call it 40 minutes to get that done. Robbie, I was going to ask you, Shaun was talking about feeling like, the car's handling fine. He's just having trouble mentally, putting together an improved lap and sort of having some frustration because he's just doing the same thing over and over again. I was wondering, sort of with your racing career, if you found yourself, in a funk like that in practice where you're just trying to find a way to find that last couple of tenths. Did you have any sort of tricks or techniques you would turn to
Well, it's what I call
break out of that?
Get up the plateaus, right? It happens to us in autocross. It happens to us pretty much all over, right? And you've just got to sometimes what he's doing, which is get away, think about it. You know what I mean? Try something different. A lot of people will change their car.
Yeah.
Do something.
I would imagine having a plan, like choosing something specific that you're going to change, on that next lap is an important thing too, because otherwise you probably are just out there
without a plan,
repeating
really
the same mistakes over and over again.
And data helps. I mean, if we were at a real track, we'd have already had, a little bit of a break, which means that we would have been able to look at some data and say, okay, well, we're really slow here. So we got to get off that corner better. You know what I'm saying? See where we're losing, see where we're gaining. I think that data is a big part of it.
Absolutely.
Like there, I just went below. I was doing good. Totally lost it in that last chicane.
I think this is the optimal racing line.
You really want my job, do you, huh?
Kind of bad.
Yeah, drivers out there really going for every last tenth that they can. Some of them are trying to hang on to that.
Have no job, so you can do it.
That top 6, and few others, like I see Robert Hartley out there in the BMW. They just joined us a few laps ago. He's only working lap number 9 at this point. Already has himself up to 12th spot of 48.3. But he's still got some work to do. It's going to take another full 1.2 seconds if he's going to break into that top 6. Michael Thompson also back out there in the Ferrari. He's sitting on a 48.1, and he'd like to top off another 8 to 9 tenths to try to get himself up into the top 6. Back temperature kind of holding at about 77 at this point, so we'll see if in the closing minutes of practice if that drops a little bit more, but we've been sort of there in the upper 70s now for a good half an hour. Haven't seen it move a lot more. Elvis has managed to chop off a little bit more time. He's moved himself into a 46.5 on that last lap there. So yeah, continuing to find opportunities to improve on that lap out there.
All right, Elvis moving himself up into that number 2 spot with that 46.577. So continuing to find a little bit of time out there, really focusing now on some of those finer points to drop time. Travis Schwenke still sitting in 3rd. David Grinnell, Tyler Guillemette, Tyler Maxon, and David Clymer rounding out the six drivers likely to be in our top challenge at this point. But still, a good half an hour to go here, drivers. It's an opportunity to get into that top 6. 47.2 or better is what it's going to take at this point to be in the challenge this evening.
Well, if there's anybody who's tuning in here for the first time this evening, maybe catching the broadcast a little bit late, we're happy to have you join us. You jump onto iRacing in the hosted racing session and look for the hosted session by Frank Rico of Ricmotech there. We're here for the Ricmotech Humpday Hotlap Challenge with the 3rd Wednesday of each month. Ricmotech sponsoring this terrific program. Opportunity for drivers is a different track and a different car each time. They are not announced in advance, and so nobody gets the chance to practice ahead of time or develop setups ahead of time. And tonight, you can join us here at the Daytona International Speedway on the NASCAR Road Course. Now, we know that a lot of our participants and drivers were familiar with the regular road course, and so we wanted to throw in a little bit of a challenge there. And yes, that second gate here is really, really tough. It damages the cars. They're not forgiving at all. Unlike the first one where you want to be using some of the curbing, here in the second chicane you got to be so disciplined. It is tricky. It's visually hard to see as you're coming down off the banking. You got to get that braking zone just right, and it tightens up in the second half of that chicane, so it really takes some discipline to get the car rode down and turned in, and then accelerate off that corner, looking for that quick lap. The password for the session is showroom, and that's in honor of the new showroom that Ricmotech has built there in Miami. Frank and his team taking advantage of sort of an empty showroom, you could say, as folks observing social distancing policies and so forth, not really having as much activity in the showroom. But it's given Frank and the team an opportunity there to expand the shop, come up with a new showroom and everything. Really looks terrific. I'm sure when Shaun comes back, we'll have an opportunity to run that video again. But we're really looking forward to a future, future hot lap challenge where we can have folks there live in the studio, as Shaun would say, and watching folks race the sim rigs in the session against the folks who are participating from home.
Yeah, I miss having the cameras down there in the shop. So I did some stretching. I did some meditation.
Nice.
I did some breathing.
A little chai tea.
And I did some visualization. I was doing that downhill skier shit, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I got to get that final chicane. I got to get my groove on for the final chicane. And we're going to bust a really good lap here. My optimal says I can do a 46.7.
Well, that would do the job. That'd be good for a top 4. And hey, if you can just knock off about 3/10 there, maybe 4/10 to be safe, you're going to be in, Shaun.
You must be in. I hate announcing. I really do.
Well, I've done a lot of it this year. I'm not getting any better.
Elvis, I just can't hit that final chicane, man. I've been as quick as anyone on this track everywhere except for that final chicane. And even though I'm only using the low downforce setup with fuel taken out, I honestly don't even have a complaint about the car. The car is actually really, really balanced, and it feels like any more aggressive would just be hard to drive. So I'm pretty happy with the car.
I agree. My driver sucks, but the car.
Yeah, it's the thing between the wheel and the seat.
Easiest thing to change. They've told me that my whole life.
And the new one might sell more shirts.
Yeah, right.
Well, I tell you what, I give credit to Zach. He is still out there turning laps. Now he ran that 46.311. It was his 10th lap, and I would say, gosh, maybe that was 45 minutes ago, maybe an hour. So conditions have only gotten a little bit cooler, but he has backed up that time. I'm seeing on his 23rd lap a 46.322. So it's not like that 311 was something that he just never was able to match again. He has thrown down another 46.3 to back that up. Not a lot of them, but at least one other.
No, you can do it.
Yeah.
The top 7 guys, and it's like, my God.
I ran a 46.3 in the LMP car.
Well, Travis Schwenke has now thrown down a 46.418 in that Corvette. So he jumps back ahead of Elvis, and now he's just a 10th off of Zach. Wow.
But you look at
Zach. Congratulations to Schwenke, man.
David.
He drove down a 46.418, so he's a 10th off of Zach, and a 10th ahead of Elvis. So great run there by Travis in the Corvette, man. Just not giving up and continuing to find some time out there.
Yeah, so I guess technically, if in fact, as he announced earlier, if Zach is not able to stick around for our 20-minute challenge, that's got Travis at the pole position at this point with that 46.418, and Elvis at the 46.5. And then it's another almost 4/10 back to David Grinnell with that 46.9. Tyler Guillerette down in the 46.9. But Elvis heading back out. He only got to celebrate that 46.5 for a little bit before Travis threw down the 46.4. Yeah, I know Elvis, too much of a competitor to let that stand. He's going to head back out there and try to reclaim that spot. Grinnell doing a nice job with that Ferrari. The 46.9's a good lap, and he has turned a bunch of them, more than 50 laps out here. But just had some really good magic there about his lap number 38. Then hitting a bunch of laps around the 47s. Tyler Guillemette, also running the Corvette, had a 46.9 on his most recent lap, so he's back out there now. Was sitting at the low 47s there for quite a while, but finally ripped off a 46 to join that club. Tyler Maxson not in the server now. He's still hanging on to the edge of our qualifying session, as is David Clymer, also running a Corvette, still standing on his 47.2. And although he has turned a bunch more laps out there, most of them not really showing times. And because we are in a qualifying session, if you have any kind of an off track or just run, especially in that first chicane, if you just grab a little bit too much of the dirt on exit, it'll disqualify that run for you. Sometimes a little picky on the exit there, but we'll see if Clymer has some more time in that Corvette. Morano just a spot out of qualifying. He's also back out there on the track. He's turned about 42 laps so far, has a 47.2, and he's turned a few of those 47.2s, but he's also going to be one of these drivers looking for a 46. See if he can break into that top 6. Hartley, Robert Hartley, a name that folks will probably recognize, usually doing well in these challenges out there in the BMW. Came in a little bit late now, working lap number 15 for him. He's got it up into 12th position on a 48.2, but he's still exploring, I think, the limits of that BMW in that final chicane to see if he can move himself up into that top 6. And just give a shout out there to Edgar Sancinelli, also joined a little bit late. He's only working on his 3rd lap. He's running the Corvette, but he has himself up into 14th spot, so nice show there by Edgar, one of our regular runners in our Monday night Ricmotech series, on both the Classic Sports Car series and the GT4 and GT3 or GT4 TCR series. So happy to see Edgar out there. Mr. Cole getting it done, a 47.0. That gets him out of the announcer's booth for our challenge with about 25 or so minutes to go.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy about that.
All right, so Shaun Cole moving himself into that number 6 spot. That 47.0 is going to be good enough to push Tyler Maxson down in the standings, and Dave Clymer now outside of the top 6. So David and Morano Jr., you guys need to get it done here. Shaun has shoved you down the order there a little bit, and we're taking our top 6. About 30 minutes to go. I think if in fact Zach can't stick around, Schwenke is sitting in that pole position at the moment, that 46.4. And Tyler Maxson in that 47.1. I think he's maybe not in the server at the moment. If he doesn't come back in time, he'll be picking up David Clymer there in the number 8 position.
Meditation.
Hit the reset button.
optimal time might only be on your first lap.
My first lap, I'm always in the dang green, and then I go slower and slower and slower and slower and slower.
So I think I need to take more fuel out, because this is really like a pure qualify, not a, you know, like at Daytona I'm actually accustomed to getting faster as I burn off fuel.
Right, well, yeah.
But that doesn't seem to be the case here today. At least not early. Maybe late. When, I don't know.
How many are you showing with the 8 gallons laps?
Oh, I haven't even looked. I'll look this time out. I'm going to take it down less, though. But that doesn't always help the handling on the mid-engine car either, though. So.
No, I don't think so. It's more of a all the weight in this case.
Yeah.
But, hold on. Let's see.
How much time left?
Too much.
12 laps. So, no, that much. I guess they asked how much time.
About like 30 minutes or so. I think.
Oh, and the race is going to be 20 minutes, which is going to be...
Yeah, it's at 9:30, right?
12 laps, let's say.
Yeah, which is going to be that, I think, 9 gallons that you got.
I believe so, and I believe the race is 20 minutes.
Where are you at, Shaun?
Going into the backstretch. Where are you?
I just came out of the pits.
Shaun, do you usually shut things down a little bit before the real qualifying session ends? Or do you let them use the full time?
Yeah, Kevin will go down to like last car on the track.
Okay, okay.
He calls them off for the last guy, yeah.
Yep. Alright, drivers, let's see. I am showing that we're probably sitting right around maybe 30 minutes left.
Must go faster.
Zach, are you going to be able to make a race?
Nope. I've got to drive someone somewhere, so yeah, I can't make it.
Dang, man, that's a shame. Looking forward to racing you again. And not having the outcome that happened last time.
Maybe next time.
For sure.
Yeah, definitely get to our final 30 minutes here. Of course, we're going to let you all
Where
use
you at, Shaun?
qualify right down to the last second, and then it'll move right in to the race session, and then we will announce who our qualifiers are. And if you know you're not going to stick around, Zachary, appreciate you letting us know that in advance, and we can sort of start planning for that. So some of the drivers further down the list know that they might have a shot, and if anybody else knows that they're not going to stick around, but you're currently sitting in one of those say top 10 spots, do let us know, and that'll just help us make sure we get the right folks on the grid. Drivers, we also welcome you to stick around and watch the final race, but we will ask only for those who actually qualify in the top 6 spots to join us on the grid for the rolling start.
How many is it, Jeff? 6 or 7?
The top 6 drivers who are still online by the end of qualifying.
Where are you at, Shaun?
Between the 2 chicanes.
I didn't hear him.
Start finish line.
Okay. I'm kind of cruising around slow, hoping maybe if I save my tires, it'll burn them off the first lap.
Oh, I'm real low on fuel though. I went down to 4.8.
Okay. Didn't quite go that low. Well, I might have. I went to 5.
says I can still do 4 laps.
Yeah, that's what's weird is...
So
yeah, I can do 10 laps on 5 gallons.
Most fuel efficient Ferrari ever.
Well, Zachary Buchanan drops another 10th. He gets it down to a 46.2.
Really sucks when my optimal is half a second slower than the actual.
Yeah, I don't.
Well, so much for the Porsche, you know, not being being outclassed in these cars, right?
Seems like they
weird. You can trim it a lot, but if you just get it the wrong way, it gives it to you. I don't.
Yeah, well, it used to be stricter. I think they, with this addition of the second chicane, I think they actually made.
Well, Zach's still doing an incredible job there, fine-tuning that Porsche out there. 46.208, the new top time overall. Impressive.
Yeah, I think they loosened up the rules for the first chicane with the addition of the second chicane. It just seems a little easier to get away with.
Yeah, we still have a top 4 made up of one of each of the MiGs. We don't have a Ford GT represented here this evening, but it's still Porsche, Corvette, BMW, Ferrari.
Oh, don't follow me! Don't hit me!
I did. I hit the same first one. I was like, I'll just come in.
For a blink of an eye, I thought I had the best line ever, and it went oh so well.
Yep.
You had a good one going in.
Oh, I just clipped that right. Oh no.
Yeah. Barely. I did the same thing. Same way. You had a good line going. I was following you. You killed me through the first chicane.
That was one of my better runs through the first chicane.
You just destroyed me through that, and I just lost my visual on the entry because I actually gained up on you too close.
Do you gas entry at all on that?
Sometimes.
Okay, because I'm convinced.
I have to. It just feels like I have to. It's all to me about getting it in right and making one right-hander.
Yeah.
If you do it right, you turn right once. If you have to double turn in the middle of it, I don't ever get right.
Of all the corners, it's the one that I have to get the rear end back in the game or it's dead. So I gas right after I brake. I touch the gas as I turn left.
Yeah, kind of. When it's right, you kind of float through it.
Yeah. All right. Where are you at?
All right, at pit.
All right. Oh, come on, Zach. Let's go. Zach, tow us. You got to be able to hang for them to tow. You can't hang with Zach.
That has been my problem. I keep trying to get tows, and it's like, shit, that ain't gonna work.
See,
you do a better job at me at keeping your line tight. That's what you're doing really well.
I think that's like, these corners are strangely long, and it's easy easy to go wide. Well, like this one, I just used to do a wide line like that and find it slippery.
Right, no, when you get down, you're way better when you're on the bottom.
And this is the one that even if I have to hold the brake to make sure I get in, I gotta get in and there's no getting out. Shaun's description corners. Like,
no, you get through there real well. You get off of there real well. I'm struggling getting off of that last one.
I think it's because I make sure I over-rotate the first part, even at the expense of everything. Oh. Still shifting too late.
Oh, Morano Jr. rips off a 46.9 to move up into that 6th spot. Shaun in the 7th spot, but with Zachary not in, that means you're still holding on to the bubble there, Shaun, so you're still in it. But you are on the bubble.
Where does he get those toys?
I'll tell you, Zachary is just freaking so fast entering these corners, it's stupid. Oh, I lost.
Oh no. Sorry, Robby.
Same thing.
I thought I could get a good run through there, but I completely messed up my entry.
You were good.
Anthony's girlfriend, if you are watching this stream, which there's a chance you might be. Oh, and see, Karma bit me in the ass. I didn't even get it out of my mouth, and Karma bit me in the ass. Anthony Morano's girlfriend, can you do me a huge favor and go smack him on his VR helmet, and then when he pulls his mask off to ask what's up, flip him off and say that's from Shaun. Alright? Is that too much to ask? Morano, Batman, my nemesis. Look at that. Oh, that. 1/10. So fitting. So abusive. No time left. Alright.
Well, drivers, we're getting into our final 20 minutes of qualifying here. Zach continuing to hold down the top spot in that Porsche with that 46.2, but he's not going to be able to join us. So that means Travis Schwenke on the pole at this point with that 46.418, Elvis Rankin 46.5, James Brunel 46.9, Calaga Yamed 46.9, Morano Jr. now jumping up into the 5th spot, 46.9, and then Shaun Cole 47.0, a 10th back from Morano, but he's in that final spot for our challenge rounds with Tyler Maxton, David Clymer, and Robert Hartley rounding out the top 10, and those guys still trying to see if they can't steal one of those final couple of spots. Hartley out there looking hard for it. 47.5, currently his best. He needs to try to find another half second to 6/10.
too aggressive there. Oh, but we're flying. Thank you, Tony.
Yeah, as we get to these closing minutes, really appreciating the great courtesy and sportsmanship I'm seeing from drivers out there. If you're not on a flying lap and you know the car behind you is, really doing a great job there, drivers, of being courteous.
Riding along with Hartley, that BMW, he is just flying out there, just right on the mark, so smooth, avoiding that tire light up. Let's see as he gets down here into the final chicane. Oh, he's just a little inside there, touches a little bit of both of the exit curves, but it wasn't too bad. Let's see what he can do as he comes down here to the finish line. A 47.5, boy, just knocking right on the door. He took off 200s. Unfortunately, he needs to be taking off 10ths.
No, I thought I had it. You son of a... Ah! Oh, right there, right there. I'm losing it. I thought I was on time on that one. I thought I had it.
This is unofficial, but just based on who is in the server right at this moment, unofficially, I'm showing David Clymer is our sort of sixth qualifier at this point. If a couple of the folks who are not in the server right now don't come back, right now David Clymer in that 47.215, ninth overall in qualifying, but the sixth fastest driver still connected to the server.
As I look over, Shaun, who is still connected to the server here, I see we go all the way down to 9th place in qualifying. David Clymer, unofficially, I'm showing sitting on the bubble because right now Tyler Maxson not in the server, David Grinnell not in the server, and with Zachary saying that he's not going to be able to stick around, that leaves us open down to Clymer in 9th spot at this point.
Now, me personally, I don't believe any of them. They're all going to show up, and I'm on the bubble and out.
Okay.
No, the screw. Or...
Hey, congratulations, Elvis Rankin, a 46.138. I knew there was a lot of sand pouring out of the back of that BMW. He finally quit sandbagging for us there and showed the real speed of that BMW. 46.138. Good job, Elvis.
Yeah, so Elvis taking the top spot there, 46-138.
Sandbagging.
I was accusing him of sandbagging earlier this evening with just the sand pouring out of the back of that BMW.
Why is there so much sand in front of these motors?
He denies it. He says he's been going for it. And I'll tell you what, he has put in a ton of laps, well, more than 50 laps this evening. Some of them even counted. Zachary's not having it. He's going to go back out and try to fix that situation.
Elvis, it's my spot.
Not anymore. Come get it.
Well, Tyler Gilliamet continuing to find some time too. He just ran a 46.666. So he was able to
Done it twice tonight, dude.
gain a little bit of time off of what he had earlier. Let's see what he had. In fact, that's almost a 3/10 pickup there. He had a 46.94 and he goes down to a 46.6. So yeah, still time for things to change here in our standings. Shaun may get to do some announcing here after all.
The Hartley factor still hasn't kicked in.
Wow. Yeah, that 46-1 run by Elvis just nailed that last chicane. Amazing.
A little under 10 minutes now, a little under 10 minutes.
Oh, how many 47-1s have I freaking run? I'm starting to get that final chicane better. Too little, too late.
Corner.
Well, for those drivers who are thinking about running in the challenge here in just a minute, of course, I mentioned most of you all are in qualifying fuel now to try and throw down the fastest possible lap. So it looks like the unofficial race there scheduled for 20 minutes. So you should probably be thinking about the amount of fuel that you'll need for a 20-minute run there.
right.
Go.
All right.
That was a good lap.
You know, I left 2/10 in the final chicane.
Oh, nice.
Literally
Nice. Way to go,
left
Shaun.
2/10. But
Into the 46s.
Yeah, that was a good run.
oh my god, that took everything I got.
And exactly a 10th ahead of Morano Jr.
Batman. Okay, that gives me 5 minutes to rest and cross my fingers because I'm not going to beat that lap. Not right this second, I'm not. I'm all pumped up. It took a little too much, you know, but it makes me mad because it's like, when I do this every Hotlap Humpday, it seems. I'm not counting my chicken. I'm not saying anything. I'm going to take 5 and see where I end up, and then we'll...
Yeah, yeah.
Ooh, I got ahead of Grunnell. Oh my god,
Yep.
I'm faster than Big Dog. Alright, I'll be back. Yay! I'll be back.
Well, we're in our closing 5 minutes, drivers, and the pressure is on. Shaun Cole, though, answering that pressure, he runs a 46.8 to move himself up into the standings there. He desperately tried to make sure he didn't get bumped out and end up having to announce and drive this challenge. And it looks like he's likely to be safe there. So, a few more opportunities here for drivers. Mr. Hartley, you got anything left in the tank? You got to probably peel off another couple tenths there to be sure that you're in the challenge. Let's see if you can get it done. Good luck.
Yeah, I'm going to keep my eye on that 25 BMW, see if he can break in yet. He's down to a 47.4, but let's take a look at who is still in the server of our top qualifiers. Mr. Elvis Rankin at the top of the field now. We know that he will be around for this. Zachary said he's going to check out, so that opens up a spot. That means the number 2 spot right now
there it is.
Travis. Did Buchanan
He's
just
out,
take over?
Elvis.
He's taking. Oh yeah, there's some trash talking. A 45.960. 45.960. Zachary Buchanan takes back over the top spot. Oh my! And he's just letting Elvis know that he can't have it parked quite yet. Oh, terrific competition. That's great.
Hey, nice run. That's terrific.
The closing minutes here. Let me just take a quick look at the... down to 74 degrees now. It's at least 10 degrees cooler than when we started this session.
Right, Zach?
Best conditions of the day here, folks. And Zachary Buchanan ripping off a quick lap here. So I was just walking through that's qualified is still in the session. Yeah, Travis still with us here. Tyler Guillemette still with us here. Yep. David. David was the 02 car. Not currently in the server, so that opens up that spot. Of course, Shaun Cole is in there.
No doubt.
Morano still logged in with us there.
The thing that was holding me back the whole time was
is
getting a really good run through the chicane.
Tyler Maxon hasn't rejoined the server, which leaves a spot open there for
So it doesn't
David.
matter if
Let's
you
see,
string a
is
good
David
lap
still
on
with
it. If
us?
you mess up the chicane,
He
you're done.
is. Clymer's still in there. Right. Yeah, I'm showing Hartley still on the bubble here with about a minute to go in qualifying. If he can start this next lap, he's coming through the final chicane. Heading for the start-finish line. Got about 20 seconds to start that final lap. Okay, so this will be it. Hartley is the one on the bubble at this point. Can he move himself in? He's got to chop off about, let's just call it 3/10, really. Got to get ahead of Clymer, who's sitting on a 47.215. Hartley's sitting on a 47.438. So he needs about 2.5 tenths to steal away that final spot.
Well, by now, drivers, as you probably know, you are on your final laps here. If you haven't started by now, you're not going to get one in, but if you are on a flyer, get her done. Last chance.
Hartley brings it back onto the front straight. He'll work his way down to that first chicane. Try to get the fastest possible exit off of that first chicane without getting a 1X. By cutting it too shallow through there, he's still making the run down for the second chicane. Now, so tricky, so difficult in these cars. Minimizing his distance, he works up back to the top of the track to try to get a better angle down in there. A little off the first curb that time, picks up a lot of the second curb, a lot of the third curb. Oh, that's going to be tough. Did he get a good exit? No, he's staying up high. Doesn't look like it. Not going to be enough. He knew it wasn't quite enough. And wow. Unofficially, I think Clymer will be our 6th qualifier, and Hartley going to be just off a spot in 7th.
All right, drivers, so let me run through our top qualifiers. These are the folks who I've gone through and checked who's still in the session. And if you drivers just want to verify for me, Elvis Rankin, you're going to be in. I think, Zach, are you still planning to skip?
Yeah, I got to go like right now. Thanks for hosting and thanks for racing, everyone.
Well, yeah, great job. Congratulations, Zach, on that top qualifying time. So Travis Schwenke in the number 2 spot, Tyler Guillemette, number 3. I think Grinnell is not in the server, so that means that Morano's moving up. Shaun Cole, I think Tyler Maxton not in the server, so that would get David in. So David will move himself up. David Clymer is the 6th qualifier.
I got consumed or caught up with the Death Diving Championships on the Ocho. Have you ever seen this? Craziness. Alright, I gotta make sure I put a little fuel in the car.
So those drivers that are essentially in the top 9, you are welcome to take the grid. So that's Elvis and Travis, Tyler Gallagher, Shaun Cole, Morano Jr., David Clymer. Those will be our top 6 who are still in the server.
Robbie, Jeff.
20-minute race, fellas. 20-minute race, rolling start.
Well, you did a good job. That was a good lap. I can't. I'm a long ways off.
Thank you.
Do we get in correct positions or not?
I believe so, right? We're going to go straight up?
Oh, wait.
I'd say if you guys just don't mind sort of running it the way you stand, that might be the simplest to work out at this point.
Wait, so pole sitter starts on the right?
Well, no, it's just because Zach isn't here.
And so is it at least on leader or is it on green?
Oh, we will go on the iRacing green, Albus.
Listen here, kid.
Hey, Tyler Guillemette. He's with my Whipperman Racing, my buddy Heiko's part of Whipperman Racing.
If you guys want to, even it up to make things look a little bit better there for the rolling start, you're certainly welcome to do that. That final chicane is kind of a mess. Might be hard to do it 2x2, so you're also welcome to do that single file if you like.
I have a TV camera on focusing on the leader, just so you know, Jeff.
Okay.
So you have my interior camera on one view and focus on the leader on the other, if all goes well. The TV camera on the leader and an in-car with me.
All right, very good. Well, they are rolling now, heading off with the Porsche pace car up front. And appropriately enough, since Zach Buchanan did a great job of putting the fastest qualifying time down, 46.1, but he was not able, or I'm sorry, he moved it into the 45s right there at the end, 45.9. Not able to stay for the race though, so we'll have Elvis Rankin up there on the front, and the guys lined up behind him, a couple of Corvettes going to try to chase him down.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting run, huh?
These guys, by the way, the front of the field used to run against each other in the Ricmotech Monday Night Series as part of our GTC series and our sports car series, so not unaccustomed to
me, Morano,
this
and
challenge
Clymer,
against each other.
Me, Morano, and Clymer run against each other every week. Very familiar with each other's actions.
Yes. Yeah.
And shenanigans.
Yeah. Makes a difference too.
Yeah, there goes green. These 6 drivers take off for a 20-minute race here at Daytona. I'm going to guess based on those lap times that we'll probably have a 21, probably maybe even a 22 lap race. Let's see how it goes. Of course, all 6 drivers now, they've been out there sort of hot lapping on light fuel. They've got a little bit more fuel in the car now than what they've probably been practicing with for the last couple of hours. But they're also back out on cold tires, so they're going to be feeling the edge of traction here as they try to get heat in those tires. And then we're also going to see how and if the draft comes into play here. You might not want to be the lead car right off the bat here. Your strategy might be to be the second or third place car and then hope for some drafting action on the end. Although Shaun, as you pointed out, not a lot of opportunities to take advantage of that draft. I think if you're going to do it, you want to be right on somebody's tail coming off the infield, get the pass done coming into the first chicane, and then you can control the second chicane.
Yeah, hopefully. I don't think that there's, well, we can already see they're not close enough to get drafts, so I don't think we're going to have that issue. It's going to be through the corners of the infield that this happens.
Oh, here we have a challenge going down. Oh, a little bit of a lockup by Schwenke, but he pulls it off. But that allows the third and fourth place cars to draw up on them. Yeah, Gilliamet now on the attack.
It's going to be an interesting turn 1, and turn 1
is
really
wide down into turn 1 for the second, third, and fourth place cars. Schwenke running a little bit wide there, letting Gilliamet get in underneath. And I believe that Morano up there challenging him. No, that's Shaun Cole. I'm sorry, Shaun.
I think
that's Shaun in the red and white
right?
Ferrari. So Shaun's going to have himself up to 4th.
Yeah.
And just putting himself in a place where he can take advantage of a mistake by any one of these front 3.
I agree. And then who have we got first is Elvis, Tyler,
Elvis, Tyler, and
Shaun, Morano Jr., and then
Morano and Clymer back there, and you can't say they're in a terrible position at this point. I mean, they're still, 2 seconds probably separating the front of the field from the back of the field.
Right.
And let's see.
And nobody's had any mistakes. Typically we have a little action on that first lap, and this was a very clean.
Yeah.
Sorry, I knew we should have thrown more cars in there. We needed to be like 12. That was 35.
Oh yeah, I mean those Corvettes are really I think when they're running, under a half second off the car ahead of them, seems like Schwenke's getting a nice pull there, as is Tyler. Getting a nice pull up on that BMW, punching a big hole in the air.
I agree.
Yeah, Gilliam at 167, 68, 69. Elvis is at 165, so he's getting a 4-mile-an-hour tow back there on the back straight. But of course, then you have to be in a position to use it, as Guillemette really heavy on those curves in the second chicane. And when you damage the underbody on these cars, it can slow them down significantly on the straightaway. So we'll see. We'll have to monitor that.
Hey, Elvis really gets into the corners well. You got to give him that.
Absolutely.
His braking is really, really well.
Shaun doing a nice job there, staying in touch with those front three, and again trying to put himself in a position especially for the second half of this race as the tires really start to heat up.
Yeah, we didn't see how that was. In other words, which of the cars, they were all pretty good on their quick laps, close to the same, but is there a fall-off difference between the different manufacturers? I would like to know that.
That's right, that's right.
Although Elvis seems to be handling them pretty good on the Beamer. So we've got a Beamer. What are the cars? A BMW, what, second place?
And then we got a pair of Corvettes. And then a Ferrari.
Then a Ferrari.
Yep.
Okay. And then the last two are Corvettes again? I believe. Elvis is stretching it out.
Yes, he is. Yep.
He's getting through those chicanes.
Nice and clean. I mean, through those chicanes. Whereas it looks to me like Guillemette, kind of having some trouble, especially with the exit curves in that second chicane, which is causing him, not to get the good pull, off the corner.
I agree.
And Schwenke almost.
Capitalized.
Not necessarily being held up, but I'm sure it's a bit of a distraction there to kind of see Guillemette bouncing through that chicane and not being certain that he isn't going to spin or have an issue. But I think we may see Travis make a challenge here, as he's not going to want to wait too long. In fact, he's getting right up there. Letting Tyler know that, hey man, we can't be letting Elvis get too far away, or we'll never catch him.
Yeah. No, I think this is pretty much as Elvis is to lose. We'll see if he does.
Clymer had a little bit of a brake lock up into the International Horseshoe there, but he recovers, get himself back on track. Still several laps. He'll have a good 16 laps to try to recover some of that ground.
Really, no mistakes, I don't think. Guillemette may be on the under tray, but it's not really affecting his straightaway speed. So
yeah.
I mean, a very clean race. We usually don't have it that clean.
Schwenke challenges to the inside, and it was just a little bit too late. A little bit of impatience there by Schwenke. Shaun in a good position to take advantage of that, and Schwenke's going to have to try to gather it back up and see if he can battle back up now. It's going to be tough to try to contend with Elvis at this point. He's stretched out such a lead, but Shaun Cole running third at this point, and if he can just keep it clean, excellent, nice run through that second chicane. And again, hard to guess if Guillemette has damage to the bottom of his car, but if he does, Shaun positioned well to maybe take advantage of that.
I noticed Shaun struggled through the whole session with that last chicane, but he's really hitting it better, or as good as Elvis is now.
Yes.
That's where one of his strong suits, I would say, both chicanes. And Elvis is he's checked out, bought a first-class ticket. He's on a different airplane.
I am seeing a bit of damage on the driver's side front of Guillemette's car. Not quite clear if that's hurting his top end or not, but there is a bit of a wrinkle to it. And I see I do have to suspect that maybe there is a performance disadvantage there because we see Schwenke closing up again now on Shaun, and of course Shaun applying pressure here to Guillemette.
Yeah, and it's going to affect you more than top speed, I think. In these cars, it affects the front downforce overall. So corner entry on these long corners is going to be affected. Travis seems to be very strong in the infield. Elvis is just gone.
Oh, Elvis spun it. Elvis spun it in the second chicane.
Now it's going to get interesting.
Yeah, just narrowly. But yeah, that was not exactly a safe re-entry for the young Mr. Elvis there. Gets away with it. But Tyler Guillemette now is going to inherit the lead. Shaun Cole going to be right behind him in second.
And Elvis has the speed to come through him again, so this
he
now
does,
we're going to have some interesting things happen.
We don't know what kind of damage is now on the bottom of Elvis's car.
I know he's probably frustrated.
Yeah, not only did he get hung up on that chicane, on the big bumps in the chicane, but he drove back over them to rejoin the racing surface.
Oh, did he twice? Okay.
Well, he had
knowing Elvis
I think
like
a little
we
over
do,
a 4-second advantage there, but that's now gone. He'll be back in fourth place, pushing some pressure on Schwenke, who will now be trying to reel back in to Shaun and Tyler.
Yeah, and we know Elvis; he's going to be pushing hard.
I kind of like Shaun's position here. Frankly, right? He's
sitting in the
second
best
spot.
Yep.
He'll have a pace where he can just kind of hang with Tyler, let Tyler make the mistake, and Shaun especially just concentrates on that second chicane. I think he's got a good shot here to make him play towards the end of the race.
So yeah, well, I mean, like we see really in every one of these events, the person with the least mistakes pretty much always wins.
Yeah, we're 6 laps into what's likely to be a 21 or a 22.
Well, they're a minute.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So that's going to be about a
10 or 11 lap race. So
yeah,
halfway.
About 12 or 13, I think so.
Yeah.
Do we have a time on? Well, we're showing 14 minutes. I don't know. When did we
we're
on the green?
We're about 9 minutes left in this race.
Okay, so we're just past halfway.
Right now,
I'm thinking
Shaun
that Elvis has to have some damage on his car. He would have already been closer.
I think we're seeing now Travis and Elvis, though, they are keeping it within a reasonable range. At this point, unfortunately, I think for Morano and for Clymer, they're just a little too far back, too far out of the draft to be a factor at this point. They're just going to have their own for a personal battle there for 5th and 6th. But Elvis and Travis just 2 seconds back of Shaun and Tyler, so not out of contention yet.
And does Elvis have, now you got to think strategy. If you're Elvis, is it smart to even help push Travis up into the crowd a little bit? Because if he loses the help with the draft, if they got together, they could catch him a lot easier than if they're playing around by themselves.
That's right. That's right.
Shaun's getting a run every time and easing off. So
and I like the way that Shaun is evaluating, his options. Right, he's assessing where is he carrying the speed, where might he have an opportunity to attack in those closing laps.
Yeah, no, he's closed a few times where I've seen him just ease off and be patient. Now, with that said, we are coming on 2/3 of the race, so he's gonna need to there's Travis.
Oh, Schwenke got loose, yes.
Yeah.
And I was just looking over Elvis's car to see if he had damage from when he ran over the curbing, and he didn't. Now, I did hear contact as he passed by Travis's car there, but again, as I look at Elvis's car, I don't see a lot of wrinkled fenders or damage to the ground effects on his car at this point. So
looked like it.
Yeah, I think he's going to be okay, but a big time penalty there from having to wait while Travis was sliding.
No, I think Elvis managed to get through there with a clean car. Everything I can see, he doesn't have any damage. Nope, he doesn't have any damage, not even his under tray. Yeah, no, I think Elvis is clean.
Okay, and we did have that move for the lead there as Shaun Cole.
Tyler, you need to put him under some pressure. I'm coming to help.
Yeah, Shaun, and I'm sorry, Shaun, because as we were watching the incident in the last chicane, Shaun manages to get a great exit off that second chicane and takes over the lead going down into turn 1. So great overtake there. And so now Shaun's just going to stay focused and see if he can't finish off this race in that front spot. So we see a series of mistakes now for some of our race leaders.
And I do think the second place car does have a little damage. Whoop. Shaun clipped the curbs there, let him back in.
Yep.
Boy, those curbs just are violent.
You know, and it's interesting, actually being in Shaun's draft might actually be helping Tyler at this point, because if he's got some aero damage on the front of that car, you know, being in that draft is going to mask some of that, help him maintain that top end, and
as long as it doesn't lose too much front grip on him.
Yep, exactly.
But like there,
but right there, he got a little too close. The front of Tyler's car goes away, and now Shaun is going to have to contend with Elvis. Elvis has now gone from 4th all the way back up to second again.
And what time do we got left?
And we have 4.5 minutes left. Right. I'm going to guess maybe 3 laps, maybe including perhaps the one that we're on. Could be just 2 more. We're going to see how this plays out. But yeah, how about this for some exciting action? As Shaun Cole now got a nice exit off of the infield, stretching things out a bit on Elvis.
Shaun skinned us up the right way. He got fast onto the long straightaways.
You know, and then Guillemette now has recovered from his off-track experience there. He's 3rd, too far back really to be likely to contend at this point, but Morano now might be able to grab a podium spot as
lucky dog. I thought he could pull off there.
Maybe I did.
Close in on Guillemette.
I agree. Boy, it all comes down to right there. Oh,
look at Elvis's braking.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Just so good on those brakes going down into that second chicane. But Shaun did a great job, I thought, of controlling his track position there and giving Elvis nowhere to go with it.
Right.
Being able to,
Yeah, sometimes a wide car works better than a fast car.
Exactly right. Exactly right.
Elvis is gonna. So Shaun's definitely gonna protect.
Shaun's doing the right thing, though. He's just got to stay focused forward. He can't be worried about his mirrors.
Right.
That was a legitimate defensive position through that corner. It worked very well. Yeah.
It's a very wise move. I would say running that tight line like he is the way to go here.
Yes.
This is important. This is where he's got to get off, and he really has been better. Elvis closes on entry, but he loses it back on the exit. So yeah, I don't think this will give Elvis enough of a position. But he's really quick through the chicane, so we'll have to see. This track is pretty much all about setting yourself up for the long straightaways.
You know, it's very interesting. I am not seeing the BMW get the same seeming draft pull that some of the other cars, like the Corvette, were getting off of the BMW. But now with the Ferrari out front, it does not seem to be pulling the BMW the way the BMW is pulling those Corvettes around.
That's true. I mean, you look there, and yeah, there's not much difference.
As I'm switching back and forth between the two drivers, there's
Oh,
not that dramatic
No! Oh, bummer.
Oh, a little bit too much curb there in the middle of two for Shaun. And Elvis.
I'm sorry, Shaun, you're already spinning, my man.
Yeah, really, not too much they could do about that.
And Elvis hit him, so he might have a bent front end now.
Yeah, yep.
Not that it's gonna matter. I tell you, that BMW is tough.
It is. I'm not.
All the curbs
I am
and
not
2 cars, and it ain't
damage on the front of that thing, and he's been in like 3 incidents so far.
I know. I mean, it knocked the Kawampi out of frickin'.
So Guillemette now back into second, and Morano's now advanced to the podium in third. You know, here we were writing him off. Sorry about that, Morano. Right. As just a fifth and sixth place battle, he finds himself in third, and David Clymer in fourth. So those guys just running clean, but quick enough laps back there to take advantage of the misfortunes of others.
All right, and we got to be on what, the white flag lap or close? Are we? Is it checkered this time by, or one more?
I think they will get the white flag this time by if they're not on it, you know, right now.
Yeah, I'm wondering if they might be on it.
No, I am not seeing it in the scoring software. So I think it'll be this time by.
Okay.
There's no other option.
Yeah, I'm showing that you're still green flag conditions.
Okay.
So now it's a question of who has enough fuel.
I just want to block him.
Did everybody play on their fuel
that's
correctly?
actually an extra lap.
I was doing some play. Hey, did you get a penalty? No. And then I come to almost a complete stop at the second chicane to make sure there's no way.
We go into the final lap there. Elvis, takes the white flag.
Behavior right there. Down.
Don't you announce
that?
But you know what? I'm listening to the announcers.
White flag is out. White flag is out.
Elvis, 4.9 seconds crossing that start-finish line is his advantage over Tyler at the moment.
I know it.
Tyler, yeah,
I know exactly what I did. You guys know it if you're watching the stream.
That, Corvette
you saw
now.
it.
Every other car has damage except that BMW, and it's hit more than anybody. I mean, that thing's tough. A tank. I mean, he hit Shaun, he hit Travis, he hit the wall, he hit the curbs, and it's still going.
Yeah.
I mean, you can see some scrape marks on the side, on the front of the left rear, but it didn't dent it.
No.
That's what it is.
Well, you know, by the time we apply the unsafe re-entry penalties and so forth, Shaun could still end up winning this thing. Well, Shaun, you drove a heck of a race there right up until the closing couple of laps.
You know, it was just a matter of time before I screwed that chicane up good.
That chicane made the race. Everybody, all our action was there.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Yeah.
The only reason I even stayed with the top 3 was because of that.
Yeah.
You guys didn't see it.
No,
so.
You did well. You were starting. You got onto the straightaways slightly better than they did when they started racing. You actually did close the gap.
I felt pretty strong, actually. I will say. I mean, but again, this is one of those tracks that I love driving this track. I really do.
Well, you know the secret to it.
Well, there it is. That's the checkered flag for Elvis. Congratulations. Good run for it.
Good job, Elvis.
For him. Tyler Guillemette going to finish second, just 5.5 seconds back. Morano just 3 seconds back of him. I think it's a good thing it wasn't another lap, because with that damage on Tyler, I think Morano might have been able to be up there, and Clymer's going to be fourth. Travis Schwenke fifth, and Shaun Cole sixth.
We've had in a while.
So you really did do good, Shaun. What I was impressed with is you actually, the place you struggled with in practice,
congratulations, guys.
ended up being your strong suit.
Great job. You made quite a show of it there. Really
I was also surprised that you hit that chicane. You touched those curbs about maybe 4 laps in a row before you actually got them hard enough that you messed up.
I noticed it was just getting progressively a little worse each time, and I was like,
You did.
And then the last one, I didn't even hit him that bad in practice, I don't think.
No, that last one, you got too comfortable.
Yeah, I did. I was watching my mirrors way too hard. Hey, great job, Elvis Rankin. Way to go from the front to the back to the front to the back to the front for the big win. Good job, buddy.
It was gonna be fun at the end, so you made him little mistakes.
That was,
almost everyone made that mistake.
yeah.
Every time you guys just make these straight line bullets, and I got this time it was a little bit better than Le Mans for sure.
Awesome. Oh, that was fun. Frank, are you around? Rico.
Well, Elvis, I think it was a good thing you went
I am
to
around,
the,
yeah.
reinforced bumper
been here the whole
option
time.
there on the BMW. It paid off.
Before we go,
Cheering for you up until the end
KT,
No, we cheered for you even
not
after.
use my headlights.
I gotta tell you, just being in that crowd is like, hey, check me out, you know.
Oh,
So I get to
yes.
brag about this one, win,
can't
lose, or explode.
You should. You should.
I had high hopes for the Ricmotech car taking the win.
I know.
And it took the wall. Speaking of Frank, Rico, before we go to the end of the stream, I feel so bad. You know, the whole thing about these Hotlap Hump Days was doing this the third Wednesday of every month, but the other part was like you having the gathering. So we had like these 3 cool, awesome, well, 4 or 5 cohesive groups, but you had, you know, the Simpit community, you had the Extreme Motorsports community, and then you had the Ricmotech, you know, in-person community, friends, family, customers, clients, people interested in sim racing. So, I mean, I just feel terrible that you haven't been able to be open, because that was kind of one of the whole points and purposes, you being able to do these open houses and having a cool event. And I do miss those days and having our cameras there, but my long-winded intro is really, I just want to play your clip again. So I am now playing the new Ricmotech headquarters video. And I know this has been a lot of work by you guys. Changing locations and making it look good is not an easy thing, and you guys did a great job making it look awesome.
Thanks. Yeah, I can't wait till we can have this event there once again. I don't know if it'll happen in 2020. It may end up happening sometime in 2021, but I really want to have this event there. We'll have more rigs than we had before. It's just a better place to have it. Get people from the community in there. We'll get webcams in there again. I think it'll be really nice to have.
You know, I've watched this video enough times during the stream. I played like 5 times, and now I see the subtle details. I love your guardrail. I love yeah, that is so classic. I love it. That's like old school NASCAR right there.
Yeah, there's a guardrail there. There's a fake garage door. If you
oh, that's fake?
Yep.
Oh, that's hysterical. Oh my God, that's hysterical. I assumed you just had a roll-up door.
Nope. That's
Well, he does. It's just not that one.
Hey! Kevin Ford. Hey.
You missed a good one, dude.
Hey, guys, I know I had to do a broadcast tonight, but I am here to say hello to all of you and to hear how this went. I hear Mr. Shaun Cole made it to the finals.
I did.
And the front.
And
congratulations.
He even led.
A very strict 6-only finals.
Well, you know, Jeff can be like that. You know, he's pretty strict.
You know, you put a lawyer in charge and they're just sticklers.
That's right. Oh, yeah, boy. Yeah.
I did not gather up enough in the kitty to get that smooth.
That's right. Oh, it's great stuff. So what an event! Oh my gosh! And of course, you guys had many cars to choose from tonight. It was at the Daytona NASCAR Roval, or I guess NASCAR Road, I guess, with that little chicane out of Ford. So that must have been a little bit of trickery thrown in there for the old Hot Lap Challenge tonight.
It was the highlight of the event.
Uh-oh. Really?
Yeah, by far.
Do tell.
Everyone hit it. It's just a matter of how hard and how far do they fly.
Which lap?
Let's just say Shaun was looking like he was going to win it for a lap.
For more than one lap.
Yeah, for more.
A few laps.
Yeah.
Oh, is that right? Oh.
I was looking like the outside shot at a chance at the win. I had my moments.
Oh.
Handed it to him, and then he handed it back in the same package. It was really weird.
I was
That's funny.
not the fastest car, but until my mistake, I was probably the more consistent car.
I don't know about that one, Chief.
Well, that's how you end up in the front from fourth.
He was.
Because I was running the wrong. I got a story for that one.
My collective 4 laps were faster than everyone else's. That's how you get to the front.
That's great.
I think the takeaway from tonight's event is the chicane can giveth and the chicane can taketh away.
I love it.
Oh.
I'll tell you what's going to be fun. Well, they won't probably do that for the IMSA races, right? I doubt that.
But
No.
But
Thank goodness.
Elvis was an absolute monster, though. He went to the front, he went to the back, he went to the front again, he went to the back again, and then he still won.
Wow, good Gertie.
I had a 4-ish second lead, and I came into the NASCAR chicane, and for the whole time I was noticing, like, for some reason I was like locking the rear tires, and I was running a setup, and I was always changing the brake bias, but I was constantly changing and never saved it. So for like the first 4 laps I was running like I think it was like 1% less brake bias than I'm used to, and I could go so much deeper on the brakes, and that's how I caught Shaun at the end.
That's great.
I think part of the thing that we proved here tonight, Kevin, is that maybe the BMW isn't the fastest, with the power adjustment anymore. It is definitely the toughest because Elvis bounced it off of everything out there except for the big car,
but the
and that car just kept on going.
Oh my gosh! Wow!
He hit the wall, the curb,
People
cars,
in front of
and
him.
it isn't bent.
Really? Oh my gosh!
No, seriously. I mean, the Corvettes look like they went through a war.
Oh my gosh!
Lost his wing, and Elvis, he never hit anything super hard, but that thing looked tough. Not as
We do need Ryan, I think, our race steward, to review that track re-entry though by Elvis.
Probably.
It was safe. I got out of the way. I keyed your guys' race.
Oh, that's great. Good stuff.
Yeah, that was fun. That was super fun. Super fun. So, Kevin, I'm sorry you missed it. Jeff, thank you so much for filling in.
Oh, Shaun, thanks for having me. That was great.
Elvis, congratulations on the big win. Robbie, thank you for hanging out with me all night. And Frank,
Sure, you did good.
Thank you for hosting the whole event.
Yeah.
And everybody who raced, to everybody who watched, to everybody who hung out, join us next time. The 3rd Wednesday next month. It'll be Hotlap Humpday. Where are we racing? Well, I don't know. What car? I don't know. That's the name of the game. That's the fun of the event. Tune in or come join us even better. You'll get the password as soon as we go live on the stream. 3 p.m. my time. That would be West Coast. 6 p.m. East Coast time. Thanks again, everybody. Have a great rest of the week. Get out there, do some sim racing. This is the Simpit. This is Ricmotech Hotlap Humpday. I'll see you on the track.